Story 1: The Vanishing Bride. My cousin Emily had always been the quiet one in our family, never the center of attention, never the loudest voice, but definitely the most thoughtful. When she announced her engagement to Nathan Carter, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Nathan was a successful young architect from a respected family, charming and polite. Everything seemed perfect. Their story sounded dreamy, too. They met through mutual friends at a Christmas party and hit it off instantly. Within a year, the families were already planning the wedding. The preparations began months before the big day. Our entire extended family was excited, especially my aunt and uncle, who couldn't stop talking about floral arrangements and guest lists. Emily seemed happy, though nervous, which we all assumed was normal bridal anxiety. The wedding was scheduled at an old restored mansion outside Savannah, Georgia. The place felt like magic: white columns, vintage chandeliers, and oak trees wrapped in fairy lights. Guests arrived days earlier, and the mansion echoed with music, laughter, and the constant rush of organizing details. Nothing seemed wrong until the night before the wedding. The first warning: late at night, I was sitting on the mansion's back patio when I saw Emily wandering alone near the dim hallway. She looked troubled, eyes slightly red. I walked toward her. "You okay?" I asked softly. She flinched a little but nodded. "Just overwhelmed," she whispered with a forced smile. Something felt wrong, but before I could say more, her phone buzzed. She immediately answered and walked away from me. Though her voice was hushed, I caught a sentence that froze my blood. "Please, don't come tomorrow. I'm begging you." When she came back, she avoided my eyes. I asked if everything was fine again. She simply said she was tired and went to her room. I convinced myself it was just cold feet. Morning came, bringing chaos. The bridal party, the makeup artists, the flower delivery, last-minute emergencies. Emily was polite but distant. Every time her phone buzzed, her shoulders stiffened. Something wasn't right, and no one else seemed to see it. The wedding day. The ceremony was set for 6 p.m. The mansion garden looked magical. Rose petals scattered along the aisle, string lights glowing overhead, jazz music floating in the air. Guests were dressed elegantly, photographers snapped candid shots, and caterers hurried from table to table. Nathan and his family arrived in sleek black cars. They were calm, confident, all smiles. Nathan looked handsome in a tailored suit, greeting guests warmly. Meanwhile, Emily was upstairs in the bridal suite. When I went to check on her, she was nearly ready. Her dress was stunning: lace sleeves, a soft train, pearls along the bodice. But her hands trembled. Her phone buzzed again. She froze. This time I saw the message before she hid the screen. "You promised. Don't marry him." My stomach knotted. "Who is that?" I asked. "No one," she lied. Her voice cracked. Before I could press further, her mother rushed in, fussing about timing and pictures. Makeup artists finished, the veil was placed, and Emily was swept away in a storm of people and instructions. At 6:15 p.m., the ceremony was supposed to start. Guests took their seats. The music began, but Emily didn't come. The vanishing. At first, everyone assumed she was fixing her makeup or taking photos. Brides were often late, no big deal, right? But 10 minutes became 30. 30 became an hour. The photographer went upstairs. He came back pale. "She's not there." The bridal suite was empty. No Emily, no phone, no purse. Her parents panicked. Staff searched the mansion, gardens, hallways, parking lot. Nathan tried to stay calm as his family whispered angrily. Guests were getting restless. Rumors flew. The mansion manager checked security footage. Emily was last seen walking down a side staircase alone. Then, nothing. No exit cameras captured her leaving. Footprints. Someone suggested checking outside. Behind the mansion was a narrow service path that led to a small gate. The lock hung open. On the dirt path there were footprints. 2 sets. One from heels, one from men's shoes. They led toward the road, then disappeared. Suddenly the whispers turned darker. Maybe she ran. Maybe someone took her. Maybe she hurt herself. Nobody knew. The police were called. The wedding was officially stopped. Nathan's mother burst into tears. Some said from embarrassment, not sorrow. My aunt could barely speak. My uncle just kept repeating, "She wouldn't do this. She wouldn't." But none of us had answers. A phone call. The next morning her phone was found, thrown beneath a bush near the back gate. The screen was cracked. Later that afternoon, she called. Her mother answered sobbing. "Emily, honey, where are you?" "I'm safe," she said quietly. "Come home," her mom begged. "I can't." She refused to say where she was or who she was with. Then she hung up. Her father tried calling back. Not reachable. Police suspected she left willingly with someone she knew. Nathan's family accused her of humiliation and emotional damage. They threatened legal action. My aunt and uncle stayed inside their room for days, ashamed, heartbroken, confused. The return. 5 days later, Emily came home. She walked into the house quietly, wearing simple clothes and carrying a small backpack. She looked exhausted. Dark circles, pale skin, limp hair, nothing like the radiant bride from before. Her mother ran to her, crying. Her father hugged her so tight he shook. "Where were you? Did someone hurt you? Were you kidnapped?" Emily said only one thing. "I'm not talking about it." She refused to answer any questions, police included. She didn't file any report. She didn't apologize to Nathan. She just shut down. A month later, she moved to Portland for a job, alone. She never reconnected with Nathan. She barely spoke to relatives. Every now and then, she texted her mom, "I'm fine." Nothing more. The only thing that remains is that mysterious message. "You promised. Don't marry him. No one knows who sent it. No one knows where she went. No one knows what happened. All we know is that Emily walked out of her own wedding and never looked back." Story 2. The Storm at Maple Ridge Lodge. My older sister Mia had always been the kind of person everyone loved instantly. Warm, funny, full of life. When she got engaged to Tyler Brooks, it felt like everything was finally lining up for her. Tyler was handsome, charming, and from a wealthy family in Colorado. The two met during a ski trip in Aspen, and within a year he proposed on a snowy mountaintop under the northern lights. It seemed perfect. Maybe too perfect. Their wedding was planned at Maple Ridge Lodge, a luxury mountain venue tucked into the Rockies, surrounded by dense forest, frozen lakes, and winding trails. The lodge felt like a fairy tale: stone fireplaces, wooden beams, warm candlelight, and stunning views from every window. We arrived 2 days before the wedding. The air was crisp, snow piled everywhere, and the sky threatened another storm. But spirits were high. The lodge was filled with friends, family, and laughter. That first night, though, something felt off. The woman at the window, I shared a room with my younger cousin Ava. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of whispering, soft, broken, emotional. I thought Ava was dreaming, but when I turned toward the window, I saw her, a woman standing outside in the snow. Her dress looked like a wedding gown, white, soaked, long train dragging behind her. Her hair hung in wet strands across her face. She was pressed against the glass, staring inside like she was searching for someone. Her lips moved. I couldn't hear her words, but her expression was desperate, pleading. I screamed. Ava jolted awake. By the time she looked, the woman was gone. We searched outside the window. Nothing. No footprints. The snow was untouched. Ava told me I dreamed it. I knew I hadn't. I didn't sleep again that night. Tension. The next morning I found Mia in the main lounge sipping coffee by the fire. She looked unusually pale. "You okay?" I asked. She hesitated, then forced a smile. "Nerves," she said, but her voice trembled. I didn't believe her. When Tyler walked in, he greeted everyone with his usual confidence. But when he saw Mia, something flickered across his face. Annoyance or fear. Hard to tell. A strange chill passed through the room. The secret photo. During brunch, guests took pictures. At one point, I snapped a photo of Mia and Tyler near the fireplace. When I looked at it, a third figure appeared in the background. A woman. The same woman I'd seen outside the window. Wedding dress dripping, hair covering her face. I blinked. Looked again. She was gone from the photo, like the camera glitched, or like someone, or something, didn't want to be seen. My hands shook. I didn't tell Mia. Not yet. Maybe I was imagining things. Maybe I was stressed. But deep down, I knew the truth. She was real. The storm. The forecast warned of heavy snowfall, but the wedding planners insisted everything would be fine. By evening, the storm began. Roaring winds, thick snow, lightning splitting the sky. It felt unnatural, like the mountain itself was angry. We gathered in the lodge's ballroom for the rehearsal dinner. The atmosphere felt uneasy, people flinching every time thunder boomed. The lights flickered. The fire crackled too aggressively, sending sparks onto the floor. When Tyler stood to give a toast, the room strained into silence. "To a love that nothing can break," he said, smiling at Mia. Just then, a violent gust slammed against the windows. Glass trembled, candles went out, and over the howling storm came a scream. Everyone turned toward the wide glass doors leading to the patio. There she was, the woman in the wedding dress, standing outside, white gown whipping in the wind, skin deathly pale, eyes trained on Tyler. Every guest froze, but when lightning flashed, she vanished. Tyler's face drained of color. Mia dropped her glass. The storm raged harder. The rehearsal was canceled. Maya's confession. That night in her room, Mia told me the truth, and it wasn't at all what I expected. Months before meeting Tyler, she said, he had been engaged to someone else. Amelia Wright, a nurse from Boulder. They were supposed to get married at Maple Ridge Lodge, but on the night before their wedding, Amelia disappeared. No one ever found her. Rumors spread, runaway bride, mental breakdown, secret affair, but nothing was proven. Tyler refused to talk about it. The family took legal action to bury the case. Mia only learned about Amelia after getting engaged. Tyler told her it was a mistake of the past. But then, a week before the wedding, Mia began receiving calls. No voice on the line, just breathing. Then messages. "He promised me. Don't marry him. He's lying." From an unknown number. When I whispered, "Do you think she's dead?" Mia didn't answer. She just stared out the window, trembling. The night before everything escalated after midnight, we heard shouting from the hallway. When we ran out, we saw Tyler punching a wall, knuckles bleeding. He kept yelling, "She's gone! She's gone! I buried her!" The lodge staff restrained him and called a doctor. He was sedated and taken to a private room. Guests were shaken. Rumors exploded. Some quietly packed their bags, planning to leave at sunrise. But no one could leave that night. The storm was too violent. Roads were shut, so we were trapped, with a missing bride, a haunted mountain, and a groom with a secret. The blood in the snow around 3 a.m., the fire alarm blared. People rushed toward the back exit. Outside on the snowy staircase, a trail of blood led into the woods. Fresh, bright red against the white snow. The wind howled, and somewhere beyond the trees, we heard a woman crying. Mia grabbed my hand. "That's her," she whispered. "Amelia." We followed the trail. The forest felt alive, shifting shadows, heavy branches twisting like hands. The path led to a frozen lake behind the lodge. There, floating in the icy water, was a body, a drowned woman. Wedding gown flowing around her like a shroud, hair covering her face. Someone screamed. I couldn't move. Slowly. The woman sat up. Water streamed from her mouth. Her eyes were completely white. She pointed directly at the lodge, then at us. Lightning shattered the sky. We ran. The end of the wedding by sunrise, the storm stopped. Police arrived. Search teams went to the lake, but found nothing. No body, no footprints, no traces at all. Tyler was missing too. His bedroom window was open. Snow on the floor, curtains moving. He never returned. The wedding was called off. No explanation was ever given publicly. The Brooks family paid to silence rumors. Mia moved away to California. She refuses to talk about it. Every year on the anniversary of the wedding that never happened, she gets white roses delivered to her apartment. No sender name, just a card. He was mine. She throws them away every time. But once, she kept the card. That night she heard whispering outside her window, a woman's voice, soft broken, begging. He promised me. Story 3, The Forgotten Guest. When my childhood friend Claire Peterson told us she was getting married, everyone was thrilled. Claire was the kind of person who always shone, bright smile, loud laughter, and a heart too big for her own good. She met her fiancé, Jacob Stone, in college, and their relationship seemed strong and easy. Their wedding was set to take place at a historic vineyard in Napa Valley, California. The place looked like a romantic dream. Rolling hills, rows of green vines, candlelit patios, and rustic wooden barns decorated with flowers. It was picturesque, peaceful, almost too peaceful. I arrived the day before the ceremony. Claire greeted me with her usual enthusiasm, hugging me so tight I laughed. But underneath her excitement, I sensed nerves. She looked tired. Her smile felt forced. Later that evening, during the welcome dinner, I learned why. The uninvited RSVP, Claire, sat beside me at the long dinner table, sipping white wine. "Something weird happened," she whispered. "What?" "I got an RSVP card from someone I don't know." I frowned. "Like a mistake?" "No." She shook her head. "It had my handwriting on the envelope. It came from my list. Name?" She hesitated. "Evelyn Hayes." The name meant nothing to me. She said she'll attend. Table 7. "You didn't invite her?" "No, I checked. Twice I tried to laugh it off. Maybe someone added her by mistake." But Claire just stared at her glass, uneasy. The first sighting, later that night, after the welcome dinner, Claire asked me to help organize some seating cards. We sat in the barn surrounded by fairy lights and stacks of name tags. She ran her finger over the cards when suddenly a gust of cold air swept across the room. The candles flickered. A soft creak echoed from the back. I turned. Someone stood in the shadows near the exit. A woman, pale, tall, dressed in black, her long dark hair covering most of her face. She stared silently. I froze. Claire jumped slightly, startled. "Can I help you?" she asked. The woman didn't respond. She simply turned and walked out of the barn. slow, deliberate. When we hurried outside, she was gone. No footsteps, no rustling, only cold silence. Claire whispered, "That must be her." I didn't know what to say. The photo wall. The next morning, I woke early and headed to the vineyard's garden, where the staff was setting up decorations. One section was a photo wall, a collage of pictures from Claire and Jacob's relationship. Cute, funny, romantic snapshots. While helping arrange frames, one picture caught my eye. It was of Jacob at a beach bonfire with friends. Only this version looked strange. Behind him stood that same woman, black dress, dark hair, pale skin. Except she wasn't in the original picture. I remembered this photo. I had seen it before years ago. There was never a woman in the background. My heart hammered. I pulled Claire aside. "I've seen this photo." She wasn't there. Claire's face went white. She snatched the picture, stared at it, then backed away, trembling. "We need Jacob," she whispered. "We found him with his groomsmen laughing." When Claire showed him the photo, he froze. His expression changed. Fear or recognition. "Did you add her?" Claire demanded. "No," Jacob said, voice cracking. "Do you know who she is?" He hesitated, then shook his head. A lie. I could see it. He knew something. The stranger at table 7. When evening came, we all sat down for the rehearsal dinner. Candlelight glowed, wine flowed, music played. But when dinner began, table 7 was missing a guest. The seat reserved for Evelyn Hayes sat empty. Everyone relaxed, assuming she wouldn't come after all. Then, halfway through the meal, someone slipped quietly into the chair. The woman from the barn. From the photo, black dress, long hair, expression blank. No one saw her arrive. Claire's face drained as she stared at the woman. So I watched her too. She didn't eat, didn't speak, didn't look at anyone but Jacob. Her eyes locked on him all night. At one point, Jacob whispered to Claire, "Don't look at her. Just don't engage." Everyone felt the tension, but didn't know why. The midnight conversation after dinner, I stepped out for air. The vineyard was quiet, wind rustling vines, insects humming. Then I saw her, Evelyn, standing alone near the fountain. I don't know why, but I walked toward her. "Who are you?" I asked. She turned slowly. Her eyes were dark, hollow. "I came," she whispered. "Why?" He promised. A chill crawled up my spine. "Promised what?" She tilted her head. "That he would love me." Forever. Her voice was cold, distant. Something about her felt wrong, like she wasn't fully there. I stepped back. Before I could speak again, she turned and drifted into the darkness, disappearing among the vines. I felt sick. The confession. I found Jacob outside the tasting room, gripping his phone like he wanted to crush it. "She talked to you, didn't she?" he said before I spoke. "Who is she?" He stared at the ground. "She was someone I used to date. Years ago, we were serious for a while. And she died." My blood ran cold. "She what?" He nodded slowly. "We had a fight. She drove home alone, and there was an accident. I blamed myself for a long time." My mouth went dry. "So, why is she here?" "I don't know," he whispered. He shook, terrified. "She wasn't supposed to be here." The night before the wedding, around 1 a.m., a scream rippled through the vineyard. Everyone ran outside. Table 7 was on fire, flames devouring the fabric and chairs. Staff rushed with extinguishers. When the flames died, only one chair was untouched. Evelyn's seat. Claire whispered, "This wedding can't happen." Jacob grabbed her hands. "We'll leave. We'll cancel. We'll go anywhere you want." But it was too late. A cold breeze swept through the vineyard. A woman's voice echoed through the vines. "It's too late. You're mine." Lights flickered. Candles died. Everything plunged into darkness. Then, a figure appeared at the end of the aisle. Evelyn, still and silent. Her dress now white, not black. A wedding gown. Her face, no longer human. Eyes entirely black. Mouth stretched unnaturally wide. She stepped forward, and every vine around us began to writhe, curling upward like living snakes. Jacob screamed, grabbing Claire's hand and running toward the main house. The vines lashed at him, ripping his shirt, clawing his skin. Claire tried to help, but something invisible pulled her backward. I grabbed her hand, struggling, but she was yanked from me, dragged across the dirt. Jacob sprinted into the vineyard, but Evelyn was already there. Her hand clamped onto his wrist. He froze, lifeless, eyes staring. The vines wrapped around him like ropes and dragged him toward the darkness. He vanished, just like that. Gone. Aftermath, police searched the vineyard, the hills, the forest. No sign of Jacob. His footprints stopped between the vines, as if he vanished into thin air. No broken branches, no drag marks, nothing. As for table 7, it burned again the next night. No one was there. Claire never recovered. She moved back home with her parents in Ohio, quiet and pale. She refuses to talk about Jacob or Evelyn. Sometimes she wakes screaming, saying Evelyn is still out there. And every year on the anniversary of the wedding, Claire receives a package, inside a wedding invitation, from Evelyn Hayes to Jacob Stone. No return address, no message, just 2 words written inside, "Still coming." Story 4. The House That Said No. When my coworker Lily Morgan told us she'd found the perfect venue for her wedding, she sounded thrilled. She and her fiancé, Evan Reyes, had been searching for months and nothing felt right. Too expensive, too small, too commercial. Then they found the Hawthorne Estate, a massive Victorian mansion outside Charleston, South Carolina, surrounded by thick forest and marshland. The photos were breathtaking. Wide porches, stained glass windows, tall oak trees draped in Spanish moss. The price was oddly cheap for such a grand venue, but Lily just figured it was a hidden gem. It wasn't. Some things are hidden for a reason. The first visit. I wasn't at their initial tour, but Lily told me about it later. When she and Evan pulled up, they were enchanted. The house glowed in late afternoon sunlight, looking straight out of a movie. A woman named Mrs. Hawthorne greeted them, an older lady with sharp eyes and a stiff smile. She showed them around. The ballroom full of dusty chandeliers, the long hallways lined with antique portraits, the garden where faded roses still clung to life. Everything seemed perfect, except for a locked door beneath the main staircase. "We don't use that room anymore," Mrs. Hawthorne said. When Evan asked why, she answered only, "It's better that way." They brushed it off. People lock rooms in old houses all the time. They signed the contract that evening. The guest list issue. A few weeks later, invitations went out, but strange things started happening. First, several invitations came back, not marked as wrong address, but burned around the edges, as though someone held a flame to the envelopes. Then one invitation was returned with a handwritten note. "This house does not welcome them." There was no signature, no explanation, just those words. When Lily called the recipients, none of them had written the message. Nervous but optimistic, Lily blamed postal damage or a prank. But the house wasn't done. The weekend arrival, I drove to the estate 2 days before the wedding to help Lily set up. The mansion looked beautiful from the outside. Bright morning light, moss waving, birds singing. But stepping inside felt different, cold, still, like the house was holding its breath. Mrs. Hawthorne greeted us, but something about her seemed distant. She spoke slowly, her eyes often drifting to the staircase, where that locked door remained. When I asked about the house's history, she smiled tightly. "Old homes carry old stories," she said, "some better left untold." Then she walked away, charming. The sound under the stairs. That night, while setting up tables, we heard noises from beneath the staircase. Soft knocks, scratching, like something or someone was inside. Evan jokingly said, "Maybe it's raccoons." But the door was metal, thick, with no gap at the bottom, not the kind of door used for storage. I put my ear to the wood. A faint sound came back, whispering. I jumped back, heart pounding. Evan said it was the wind, but there was no draft. When we asked Mrs. Hawthorne about it, she simply said, "The house settles at night." Except that wasn't settling. That was language. The photograph. The next morning, the photographer arrived. He was walking around taking reference shots when he suddenly called us to the foyer. He showed us his camera screen. In the photo of the main staircase, a woman stood at the bottom. White wedding dress, black veil over her face, hands clasped as though waiting. But no one had been there when he took the picture. He checked the room again. Completely empty. He left that same afternoon, refusing to return. Said his camera didn't like the house. Smart man. Mrs. Hawthorne's warning. That evening I found Mrs. Hawthorne in the garden, cutting dead roses. "These weddings," she muttered, "always end the same way." "What do you mean?" I asked. She looked up, eyes sharp. "The house chooses," she said, "and when it says no, best to listen." I tried to ask more, but she changed the subject. She handed me a single rose, dead brittle petals, stem cut short. "For the bride," she said. I didn't take it. The first nightmare, we stayed in the estate's guest rooms. I shared a room with another bridesmaid, Sophie. Around 2 a.m., Sophie woke me, shaking. "There's someone in our room." I snapped awake. The room was cold, pitch dark. Then, a slow rustling sound. I reached for my phone flashlight, and there she was. A woman standing in the corner, wedding dress, black veil, motionless. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. She lifted one gloved hand and pointed toward the hallway. My voice caught. Sophie grabbed my hand. Then the woman vanished, just gone. We slept with the lights on. The bride who wasn't the next morning, Lily, looked terrible. Dark circles, shaking hands. "I saw her," she whispered, "in my room." She described the same woman, the same veil, the same silence. That afternoon, Lily insisted we speak to Mrs. Hawthorne again. We found her in the kitchen. "Who is she?" Lily demanded. Mrs. Hawthorne paused before answering. "There was a bride," she said, "many years ago, married here, but she never left. She wouldn't say more, just told us to stay away from the locked room. So naturally, we went straight to it. The room under the stairs. Late that night, Evan found a ring of old keys in a drawer. We knew it was a bad idea. We tried anyway. One key fit. The lock clanked open. The door creaked, releasing a breath of cold, stale air. We stepped inside. The room was small. Stone walls, dirt floor, no windows. At the center sat an old wooden chair. On it lay a torn wedding dress and a dried bouquet. On the wall behind the chair, scratched deep into the stone, "She said no." I felt my stomach twist. Then, footsteps behind us. We turned. The door slammed shut. Pitch black. Someone whispered, right beside my ear. "Get out!" I screamed. Evan forced the door open again. We ran. Mrs. Hawthorne stood at the top of the stairs. She looked angry. You were warned, she said softly. Wedding day. We begged Lily to cancel. She refused. We've spent too much, she said. We'll be fine. But she looked like she didn't believe her own words. The ceremony took place on the back lawn. Chairs, flowers, soft music. Everything looked normal until Lily stepped onto the aisle. Everyone gasped. Evan collapsed. Lily screamed. Chaos erupted. The woman lifted her hand, pointed at the mansion, and the doors blew open. The darkness inside seemed to breathe. A voice echoed, "No!" The ground shook. Chairs flew. Guests ran. I grabbed Lily and dragged her away. Evan remained on the ground, eyes open, unmoving. Lily never saw him again. Aftermath. The Hawthorne estate was condemned 2 weeks later. Still stands, but no one goes near it. Mrs. Hawthorne vanished. House empty when police came. Evan was never found. Lily moved across the country, changed her name, never dated again. Some nights she wakes screaming, says she smells dead roses, says she hears whispering under her stairs. Sometimes she finds a single dried bouquet outside her door. No note, just brittle petals, like a warning, like a reminder. The house still remembers her, and it still says, no. Story 5, The Last Dance. My father's childhood friend, Daniel Carter, owned a lodge deep in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. Remote, peaceful, surrounded by snowy peaks, it was the last place you'd imagine tragedy. His daughter, Madison, was getting married to her college sweetheart, Jack Harris. They were both outgoing, adventurous, and deeply in love. The kind of couple people assumed would last forever. But forever is a funny word. Sometimes it's too short. The lodge. My family arrived 3 days before the wedding. The lodge was stunning. Dark wood, tall glass windows, a massive stone fireplace. Snow fell steadily, and pines loomed like silent giants. Everything felt peaceful, maybe too peaceful. On the first night, Madison showed us around. She looked exhausted, pale skin, restless eyes. Just wedding stress, she laughed, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Later, I overheard her whispering to Jack near the kitchen. She keeps watching me, Jack answered. She isn't real. Madison glanced over her shoulder. I saw her again, she whispered. In my room. I pretended I didn't hear. The woman in white. The next morning, I asked Madison casually if she was okay. She hesitated, then admitted something. I keep seeing this woman, she said. White dress, old-fashioned. She just stands there staring. I asked who she thought it was. She shook her head. I thought it was my imagination. But Jack says the lodge has stories. Stories? I wanted details. But Madison grew uncomfortable. Forget it. It's nothing. It wasn't nothing. The basement that evening, a few of us helped set up decorations. Jack sent me to the basement to get extra candles. The basement was unfinished. Stone foundation, old furniture, dusty storage items. As I searched, I noticed a locked metal cabinet. Not unusual. But then I saw the wall behind it, scratched deeply into the stone. Please let me out. Not carved, scraped, desperate, uneven. My skin prickled. I grabbed the candles and ran upstairs. The morning that night during dinner, Jack stood to toast the upcoming marriage. He seemed nervous, overly tense. As he spoke, the power flickered. Just once. Just long enough for everyone to gasp. Someone at the far end of the table whispered, "She doesn't like the lights." We all turned. No one had spoken. Jack's face went pale. He muttered quickly, "Let's all get some rest. Tomorrow is a big day." People shuffled away quietly. Madison didn't move. She stared at the dark hallway, shaking. I followed her gently. What's wrong? I asked. She whispered, she's angry we're here. The night before I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the lodge felt deliberate. Around 2 a.m., I heard footsteps in the hall. I cracked my door. A woman stood by the window at the end of the corridor. White gown, long hair. Back turned to me. I thought it was Madison. Hey, I whispered. You okay? The woman turned. Her face was gone. Smooth skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. I slammed my door. Something scratched the wood from the other side. Slowly, dragged downward. Then silence. I didn't open the door until sunrise. The wedding day by morning, everything looked normal again. Sun reflecting off snow, hot drinks by the fire, laughter in the kitchen. It felt like the lodge was trying to pretend. The ceremony took place outside. White chairs lined the snow. Flower petals scattered like confetti. The snow had stopped, leaving the world crisp and bright. Madison walked down the aisle looking tired, but her dress was beautiful. Jack stood waiting, smiling nervously. The officiant began. Barely 3 minutes in, the wind hit, hard. Petals swirled, chairs toppled. The sky dimmed as clouds rolled over. Then the woman appeared, in the aisle, between Madison and Jack. No one else reacted. No one saw her, except me. Her faceless head tilted. She raised one arm and pointed at Madison. Madison froze. The officiant continued speaking, oblivious. The woman moved closer. Then, Madison screamed. Everyone stopped. What's wrong? Jack shouted. Madison backed away, trembling violently. She's here, she cried. Make her stop. Guests looked around, confused. Jack tried to take her hand. She jerked away, screaming louder. The woman vanished, but the damage was done. The ceremony collapsed into chaos. Guests led Madison inside. The officiant and Jack tried to calm everyone. I followed. The attic inside, Madison tore at her dress, sobbing. She was touching me, she cried. She wants me. Jack held her tight. It's not real, he said. You're safe. But he looked terrified. We carried Madison upstairs to her room. She refused to stay alone, so I sat with her while Jack talked to his parents. Please don't leave me, she whispered. I promised I wouldn't. Hours passed. She finally fell asleep. I sat quietly, staring at the window. Then, soft footsteps. Across the ceiling. No. Above the ceiling. The attic. Slow. Deliberate. Then I heard dragging. Like fabric being pulled. I shook Madison awake. We need to leave, I whispered. We rushed into the hall. I ran ahead to get help. A woman stood at the end of the corridor. White dress. Faceless. She blocked the stairs. I froze. Madison screamed behind me. The woman tilted her head and took one step forward. The lights went out. Pitch black. Madison's scream turned into choking. Then silence. I fumbled for my phone flashlight. It flicked on. Madison was gone. Just gone. The hallway was empty. Only a trail of wet footprints led upward, toward the attic door. Search within minutes. Everyone in the lodge was searching. Doors opened, lights flicked on, people shouting her name. Jack, wild-eyed, climbed into the attic. I followed. The attic was huge. Boxes, trunks, old furniture covered in sheets. Snow blew in through a broken window. The air was freezing. Madison! Jack shouted. A soft cry echoed from the far corner. We ran. The woman stood there, white dress fluttering, head low. Something hung in her arms. A body. Madison. Jack screamed and rushed her. She vanished. Madison's body fell to the floor. I reached her first. She was freezing, barely breathing. Her eyes flickered open. She wants a dance, she whispered. Then her body stiffened. She began to convulse. Jack held her, sobbing. I looked up. The woman hovered above us, dress floating like smoke. Then she dropped, straight into Madison's body. Madison's back arched, her mouth opened in a silent scream. When she stood, she wasn't Madison anymore. Her eyes were black, her smile wrong. She grabbed Jack's hand. "Let's dance," she said. Her voice wasn't hers. The last dance music began to play. From nowhere, a slow, haunting violin. Madison, no, the thing wearing her, pulled Jack close. They danced, twisting, spinning, faster. Jack struggled, but her grip was iron. She dragged him toward the open window. Snow roared inside. Jack screamed for help. I ran, grabbed his arm, but she shoved me away effortlessly. She whispered in Jack's ear, "You're mine." Then she leapt, taking him with her. They fell into the snow below. Silence. Jack's body was found hours later, broken, frozen. Madison was never found. Aftermath: we left the next morning. Police investigated, but nothing made sense. They called it an accident, hypothermia, hysteria. No one believed what we saw. The lodge was abandoned 6 months later. Daniel moved away. He refused to speak of it ever again. Sometimes when the wind is just right, hikers say they hear music coming from the empty lodge. A violin, soft footsteps, a woman laughing. They say if you get too close, you'll see a bride dancing in the snow. Sometimes she's alone. Sometimes she dances with a partner. But don't watch too long, because if she sees you, she'll want to dance with you too. And she never lets go. Welcome to Creepytalks, where hidden fears come alive through chilling horror tales. Dare to listen as every story pulls you deeper into the darkness. Story 1. The Last Room. The day I moved into the old brick townhouse, the air felt wrong. Heavy, as though something unseen pressed against my chest. The building had 4 units, quiet enough, with faded green shutters and cracked stone steps. I chose Unit 3 because the rent was cheaper than anything else in the area. The landlord, a thin man with nervous eyes, didn't talk much. He handed me the keys, signed the papers quickly, and hurried away like he couldn't wait to be rid of me. The place inside was normal enough at first. Hardwood floors, narrow windows, an old staircase. But as I walked through the hall, I noticed something odd. One door upstairs was heavily bolt-locked from the outside. Not one lock. 4. Metal latches, thick enough to keep someone, or something, from getting out. There was no mention of this room in the listing, and I didn't ask. My tired brain assumed it was storage. Maybe the landlord kept things inside. Still, why so many locks? I unpacked, set my mattress on the floor, and tried not to think about it. But that night, while lying in the dark, I heard something upstairs. Footsteps. Slow, measured, like someone pacing. Creak, creak, creak. I sat up immediately. No one else lived there. The sound stopped. Then a whisper leaked downward, soft but unmistakable. "Help, please." It sounded like a girl. My stomach tightened. Maybe another tenant had a kid locked in there. The thought made me feel sick. I grabbed a flashlight and crept up the stairs. The whispers stopped. Everything was silent. I reached the locked room. The flashlight flicked weakly against the old wood. I tried the handle. Ice cold. "Hello?" I whispered. Silence. I stared at those 4 steel latches. Something told me they weren't meant to keep someone inside. They were meant to keep something from getting out. I stepped away, heart racing. That night I didn't sleep. Morning brought sunlight and a false sense of safety. I pushed the memory aside and went about my day. But when I returned that evening, my stomach dropped. Every lock on the upstairs door was open, not broken, not damaged, just neatly unfastened. I know I didn't do that. I called the landlord immediately. He sounded panicked when I mentioned the room. "You didn't open it, did you?" he asked. "No, I didn't touch it." "Relock everything, right now, all four, and don't open that door. Ever, what's inside?" He was silent for a long moment. Finally he whispered, "Just do as I said." Then he hung up. I felt chills crawl down my spine. I refastened the locks, but the metal felt loose in my hands, as if the wood underneath had softened. I didn't like touching the door. I felt watched. The second night, scratching came from behind the locked door. Not animal scratching, human-like, nails dragging across wood. I covered my ears. It didn't help. The whisper returned. "Let me out, please." The voice trembled, like whoever spoke was in pain. I wanted to help, but the landlord's voice echoed in my mind. "Don't ever open that door." The scratching grew louder. I backed away, ran to my bedroom, and slammed the door. All night I listened, scratching, pacing, crying. Just before dawn, silence. When sunlight spilled through my window, I dared to look. I climbed the stairs, knees shaking. All four locks were open again, and deep gouges now raked across the wood, as if fingernails had clawed from the inside. I called the landlord again. He didn't pick up. I'd had enough. I was leaving. But when I tried to open the front door, I froze. It wouldn't budge, no matter how hard I pulled. Something whispered from behind me, "Don't leave." I spun. Nothing was there. The house felt colder. Somehow the lights dimmed, even though they were still on. Breathing fast, I grabbed my phone and realized the screen was dead black. I tried the switch, the charger, everything. Nothing worked. The house hummed softly like it was alive. Footsteps sounded again upstairs. Slow, heavy. But this time they weren't pacing behind the locked door. They were walking toward the staircase. Creak, creak, creak. My throat tightened. I backed toward the kitchen. I looked up. A shadow stood at the top of the stairs. Not fully human. Its arms hung wrong, longer than they should be. Its head tilted downward, hair obscuring its face. But I could see its feet, bare, bruised. It whispered again. "Help me." The voice was small, but the shape was not. I froze. The figure took a step down the stairs, then another. The creaking grew louder, the house groaning with every step it took. I ducked behind the kitchen counter, too terrified to breathe. I peeked over the edge. Nothing on the stairs. Silence. Then, the basement door beside me slowly creaked open on its own. I didn't want to look. I knew something waited there. But some force pulled my attention. Inside the darkness, two pale hands clutched the steps. Nails broken, skin torn. A head peeked up, face hidden beneath matted hair. Then a low voice, deeper and broken. "Please, let me out." The voice came from the thing in the basement, but upstairs, from behind the locked door, the girl's voice whispered too, clearer now. "Don't let it out." Two voices, one pleading, one warning. My blood ran cold. "What are you?" I whispered. The thing on the basement stairs lifted its head. A wide smile, too wide, split beneath hair. "Hungry." I bolted up the stairs, past the locked door, into my bedroom, slamming the door behind me. I pressed my back against the wood, heart shaking. The house exploded with noise. Footsteps, scratching, walls shaking. The whispers grew louder. "Let me out! Hungry! Help me! Let me out!" I covered my ears and screamed. The door shook violently, as if something pounded from the other side. Then, silence. Hours passed. Dawn light crept into the room. I gathered my courage and stepped into the hallway. All four locks were fastened tight again. No scratches, no noise, like nothing happened. I tried the front door. It opened easily. My phone powered on. I ran. I never returned. I called the landlord later, but the number was disconnected. A month later, the building was condemned. No explanation. People say no one lives in Unit 3 anymore. Some nights, though, neighbors swear they hear someone pacing upstairs, and if you walk past the house and listen carefully, you might hear a whisper through the bricks. Help me. Story 2. The Girl in the Mirror. When I was 18, I worked weekends at a small antique shop on the edge of town. The place looked like an old funeral parlor. Dusty windows, faded wallpaper, the kind of building whose floorboards seemed to sigh when stepped on. The shop owner, Mr. Carter, was quiet. Friendly enough, but distant. He gave me simple tasks: dusting, sorting old books, moving furniture. I spent most of my time alone, especially in the back room where unsold pieces gathered in crooked piles. The only thing I hated was the mirror. It was 7 feet tall, framed in dark oak, carved with twisting shapes that looked almost alive. The glass had a faint silver tint, like fog trapped inside it. It disturbed me from the first day. Something about it felt wrong. I would catch it reflecting strange shadows, even when no one stood near it. Sometimes when I passed by, I felt cold air rolling from its surface, like an open freezer. One Saturday afternoon, while dusting shelves, I felt someone staring. I turned and froze. A girl stood in the mirror. I should have seen my own reflection, but no, the girl in the glass was not me. Her hair was long and stringy, hanging like wet rope. Her skin was pale and bruised. She wore an old-fashioned white dress stained dark at the hem. Her eyes, wide, hollow, seemed to pull me into the mirror. I blinked. Gone. My heart hammered. I stepped backward, knocking a wooden box off a table. The crash startled me back to reality. I told myself it was a trick of the light. The mirror was old, maybe warped. Still, when I passed it again later, I kept my head down, refusing to look. But the mirror wanted attention, because that night I dreamed of her. She stood in my bedroom, inches from my face. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Her cold hand touched my cheek, and her whisper curled into my ear. "Let me in." I woke screaming. My room was empty, but I could feel her presence. 2 days passed. I avoided the mirror as much as possible, but every time I walked by, I could feel her watching. I complained to Mr. Carter. "There's something wrong with that mirror." He paused his paperwork, staring at me with unreadable eyes. "What did you see?" "A girl." His face went pale. He stood slowly and walked toward the back room. "Don't talk to her," he said quietly. "Whatever you see, don't answer." Then he left the room. That Wednesday, I was again working alone. The storm outside rattled the windows, candles flickering from the wind sneaking through the walls. I tried to ignore the mirror. I buried myself in old books. But then, tap, tap, a soft knocking from the mirror. I turned. The girl stood there, clearer this time, as if the glass were water and she just beneath the surface. Her hair clung to her face like seaweed. Her lips trembled. "You hear me," she whispered. I backed away, my throat squeezed tight. She lifted her hand, pressing her palm against the inside of the mirror. The glass rippled, like water touched by fingertips. She didn't blink, not once. "Please, help me." Her voice was soft, but her eyes were desperate, begging, pleading, soulless. I shook my head. My pulse raced. "No," I whispered, but she heard. She frowned, slow and unnatural. The corners of her lips stretched farther than they should, ripping her skin as they widened. Her teeth were black. Then she reached toward me. Her hand pushed through the mirror, her fingers, pale and dripping, emerge into the room. I screamed, stumbling back. She crawled farther, her arm sliding out, then her shoulder. The room grew cold enough to burn. Her breath rattled like bone. I ran. But before I reached the door, the lights died, darkness swallowing everything. Behind me, I heard her dragging herself out. Slow, wet, limbs cracking. I slammed into a shelf, books falling around me. My flashlight shook in my hands as I turned it on. She stood only a few feet away. Her body had fully emerged from the mirror. Her hair dripped with some black liquid that stained the floor. Her feet were bare, ankles twisted as if broken. Her eyes, both hollow and furious, locked onto mine. "Let me in," she shrieked. I screamed and ran to the front. The shop door wouldn't budge, like something pushed against the other side. I shrieked again, yanking the handle until my skin split. Behind me, she crawled across the floor, joints bending wrong, head jerking. "Let me in," she echoed, voice fractured. I don't understand," I cried. She froze. Slowly, terribly, she stood, her neck tilted, bones cracking, face inches from mine. "You saw me." Her breath reeked of rot. "You heard me." Her fingers traced my arm, burning my skin like ice. "Let me live. I want your life." She smiled, jagged teeth shining. Then, bang! The mirror exploded, glass raining like ice shards. The girl screamed, a chilling wail that pierced my skull. A force yanked her backward, dragging her toward the shattered frame. "No!" she shrieked. "No!" Invisible hands pulled her into the splintered glass. Her nails carved deep grooves in the wood as she clawed. "Help me!" And then she was gone. Silence. Only the mirror frame remained, broken, empty. The shop fell still. The front door opened easily. I ran outside and didn't stop. The next day I returned, stupid curiosity pulling me back. The shop was quiet. Dust settled over broken glass. I found Mr. Carter sitting in his office, hands shaking. He looked at me with hollow eyes. "You talked to her." I couldn't speak. He nodded slowly. "I warned you. She reaches those who listen." He stood and walked into the back room, sweeping glass into a box. I watched as he lifted the frame. The mirror surface had reformed, patchy but whole. "She always comes back," he whispered. "She needs someone to take her place." The glass shimmered. At first I thought it was my reflection, but it wasn't. The girl stared out, smiling at me. I stumbled away, but she raised her hand, pressing it against the glass, right over where my reflection should have been. "Soon," she whispered. I quit that day. Years have passed since then. I moved far away, but the mirror followed me, in dreams, in dark reflections, in windows at night. Sometimes I see her staring from the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear her whisper, and every mirror I face, no matter where I go, I never see my reflection anymore. Just hers, watching, waiting. Story 3. The End of the Line. I've spent most of my life taking the night bus. It's cheaper, quieter, and I like the silence. I lived alone, worked late, and the bus became a routine. Same time, same seat, same empty roads. One winter, something changed. The route added an unfamiliar stop. None of us remembered it being there. An old bench under a flickering street lamp with no nearby buildings. Just trees. Thick, black, suffocating trees. I asked the driver about it the first night it appeared. He didn't answer. He just frowned, not confused but afraid. The stop wasn't on any map, yet every night, the bus still slowed there. And that's where the trouble started. The first time I noticed him was past 1 a.m. I sat near the middle, my usual spot. The bus was nearly empty except for an older woman knitting and a guy in headphones. When we reached the new stop, the bus paused longer than usual. 10 seconds, maybe 15. Then someone got on. He looked normal enough, tall, thin, wearing a dark coat. But there was something wrong about him. I can't say what. He didn't look up, didn't speak, just walked straight to the very back and sat. Nobody acknowledged him, not even the driver. What bothered me most was the cold. As soon as he stepped inside, I felt temperature drop sharply, like winter wind cutting straight through skin. My breath fogged. I hugged myself, shivering. The bus moved on. Every night after that, the strange man boarded at the same stop and always went to the same seat in the back. He never moved, never spoke, never blinked, just sat there staring forward. He never got off at any stop. Eventually, people started avoiding the bus entirely. Fewer passengers every night. The old woman stopped coming. The headphone guy, too. Soon it was mostly just me, the driver, and him. One night, curiosity overpowered fear. When he boarded, I turned to look at him directly. His head turned toward me, slowly, like his neck was stiff. His face was pale. His eyes, there were no eyes, just hollow black sockets. My heart jerked. I snapped my gaze forward, pretending I hadn't seen anything. The cold deepened. The bus lights flickered. Then I heard it, a whisper. So soft I thought I imagined it. "Do you see me?" My throat tightened. I didn't answer. "Do you see me?" The whisper came again, closer. I clenched my eyes shut. The voice pressed into my ear, ice cold. "Say you don't." I shook my head, trembling. "I don't see you," I whispered. Silence returned. The light steadied. I didn't dare look back. The next night I considered taking a cab, but habit and stupidity put me back on that same bus. When we reached the cursed stop, the trees seemed to lean toward us, branches scraping the windows. The man boarded. Same seat, same cold. I kept my head down, but tonight someone else got on after him. A young woman, shivering badly, no coat, barefoot. She looked lost. She sat 2 rows behind me, constantly glancing around. When the bus moved on, she leaned forward, whispering shakily, "Do you see him?" I kept my voice low. "I'm not supposed to answer." Her eyes widened. "You heard him too." I nodded. "I don't think he sees me," she whispered, "but he knows I see him." We sat in fearful silence as the bus rattled along the deserted road. Streetlights flickered by like dying stars. The woman hugged herself tightly. "He followed me," she said. "I thought I escaped." My voice shook. "From where?" She didn't answer. Instead, she whispered, "Don't look at him." I tried not to, but then I felt it, something brushing against my neck. Cold, damp. My blood froze. The thing in the back was standing, walking forward. Slow, scraping footsteps echoed through the aisle. Tap, tap, tap. I stared straight ahead, jaw clenched. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, whispering prayers. The footsteps stopped behind us. Then, a wet breath on my shoulder. "Do you see me? Now?" I bit my tongue to stop myself from screaming. The girl whispered shakily, "Say you don't." My lips trembled. "I don't see you." Silence. Then the breaths faded. The cold retreated. I dared to open one eye. He was gone. The girl sobbed with relief, but she spoke too soon. A hand shot from beneath her seat and dragged her downward. She screamed, a raw, terrible sound, clawing at the seat, at the floor, at anything. Her nails tore, skin split. I grabbed her wrist, pulling with everything I had. She shrieked, "Don't let him take me, please!" Her body jerked violently as something yanked from below. Her fingers slipped from mine. I caught one last look, her eyes wide with terror. before she was ripped into the darkness beneath the bus. Her scream cut off. Silence. I scrambled from my seat, shaking uncontrollably. The floor where she'd vanished was perfectly normal. No hole, no blood. Like she'd never been. The bus rolled on. I looked around desperately. The driver hadn't reacted. Could he not hear? Not see? Or did he know? At the next stop, I jumped off before the doors fully opened. Snow stung my face as I fled into the night. The bus pulled away without pause, vanishing down the road. I never took that road again. For weeks, I avoided buses. But sometimes, when I walk past the old route, I still see the stop. The same flickering lamp. The same lifeless trees. And sometimes, if I stare too long, a figure sits waiting on the bench. Tall, thin, eyes missing, watching, waiting for me to look. And every now and then, from deep inside the woods, I hear a girl screaming. Story 4. The House That Followed. I never believed a place could follow someone until the house found me again. When I was 12, my parents bought a small place at the end of a quiet street. It wasn't fancy, but it felt old. Too old. The wallpaper peeled in long strips. The floorboards groaned beneath every step, and the attic door always hung slightly open, no matter how many times we shut it. My mother said houses have personalities. If that's true, this one hated us. It began when the basement door started opening at night. I'd hear the creak from my bedroom, then the soft padding of feet on the stairs, slow and careful. My parents swore it was the wind, but wind doesn't climb stairs. One night I stayed awake to watch. The door trembled, then swung open. Darkness filled the hallway like smoke. I waited for something to emerge, but nothing did. Instead, I heard whispering, right behind my door, like someone knelt there, speaking in a language older than breathing. I pulled my blankets over my head until dawn. After that, I avoided the basement, until the night I saw him. It was early winter, cold enough that our breath lingered in the air. I'd fallen asleep in the living room. Around 3 a.m., a creaking noise woke me. The basement door stood open again, and someone stood at the bottom of the stairs. He was tall, too tall, bones jutting beneath the stretched skin. His head cocked unnaturally to one side, like his neck was broken long ago and never healed. His face was blurry, like heat haze, but his mouth, too wide, split nearly to the ears. His voice rasped. "Come down." I couldn't move, couldn't scream. His long fingers curled around the railing as he climbed. One step, another, another. I backed away, but the darkness behind him spread like ink, swallowing the basement, then the stairs, then half the room. As he reached the top, only his face was visible, smiling. Then he vanished. The basement door slammed shut so hard it shook the house. I screamed until my parents came running. We moved 6 days later. For years, I believed we were safe, far away from the house, the whispers, the basement. I was wrong. The first time I saw that door again, I was in college. My roommate and I had rented a small apartment. It wasn't nice, but it worked. One night, I walked down the hallway and froze. There was a door where there hadn't been one before. Old wood, rusty knob, peeling white paint. I recognized it immediately. The basement door. No, impossible. I blinked, backing away. My roommate laughed when I told him, "You're dreaming. We don't even have a basement." The next morning, the door was gone. Just wall. But that night, it returned. I heard whispering through it. The same language, the same sick rhythm, calling my name beneath it. I didn't sleep. A week later, my roommate vanished. His belongings remained. His phone lay on his bed, but no sign of him. I knew where he'd gone, where he'd been taken. The house wanted me. It had always wanted me. I moved again. My next place was a studio on the top floor of an old red brick building. I checked every corner before moving in. No basement, no strange doors, nothing. For a week it was quiet. Then, one night while washing dishes, I heard it, a slow, familiar creak. Against every instinct, I turned. There, across the room, stood the basement door. My breath collapsed inside me. I backed into a corner, shaking. The knob twisted, slowly, painfully. The door cracked open. Darkness spilled out, crawling across the floor like smoke. I turned to run, but the apartment door was gone. Only walls, no way out. The basement door opened wider, swallowing the room in shadows. Something moved in the black, bones scraping along the floor. I grabbed a lamp and swung it wildly. It passed right through the darkness like it was only air. But something inside laughed. Then a voice whispered, "You came back." A hand reached out, long, pale, dripping black. Then another. A head leaned through the doorway, neck bent, smile too wide. "You never left," I screamed, hurling anything I could find. Useless. The shadows wrapped around him, pulling his form into the room. I closed my eyes and ran blindly, straight into the darkness. Something grabbed my ankle, cold, rotting. I kicked, screamed, clawed. A shriek filled my head, so loud I thought my skull would split. I tore free, stumbling backward. I felt the air shift, and suddenly I was outside, on the street. The building behind me was on fire, orange light spilling from shattered windows. People ran, shouting. Sirens wailed. I stared as smoke swallowed the night sky. My apartment was burned to ash, but I knew. It wasn't gone. It escaped with me. Years passed. I never stayed in one place long. I avoided hallways, old wood, dark corners. Every time I moved, I checked every wall. Every night I feared sleep, because sometimes as I drift into unconsciousness, I hear it. Creak, 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 growing closer. One night, in yet another new apartment, I woke to find the walls trembling. The air went cold. I stood slowly, dread choking me. Across the room, the basement door waited, open. Inside the darkness, something moved. Something tall, smiling. "You can't run." I pressed my back against the wall. "No." It stepped out, bones cracking, mouth widening. "You live in me." I stumbled, falling onto my hands. The thing approached, its limbs bending backward like broken branches. "You always have." I crawled toward the window, but it melted into darkness. No escape, no light, only black. The creature bent over me, face inches from mine. "You belong here," I screamed, and then I woke in a new room. Different walls, different air. My throat burned. My limbs ached. I couldn't remember how I got there. On the far side of the room, a door stood. Old wood, peeling white paint, rusty knob, the basement door. It always finds me. It will always find me. And someday, when I'm too tired to run, I will finally go inside. And I know, if I do, I'll never come back. Story 5. The Dead Room. When I was 22, I worked as a night custodian in a hospital. It was an old building, full of dim hallways that smelled like disinfectant and sadness. Most nights were quiet. Too quiet. The only sounds were the hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional rolling of a stretcher down the hall. I worked alone from midnight to 7 a.m. I learned quickly that the hospital was different at night. Things changed. Lights flickered even when the wiring worked fine. You'd hear footsteps in empty halls. Doors opened when no one was there. But the worst place was the fourth floor, particularly Room 413. Everyone avoided it. The nurses whispered about it, but no one said anything directly. They only said, "Don't go inside. If it calls you, ignore it. If the door's open, close it. But never, ever open it yourself." I should have listened. My first week on the job, I passed by room 413. Its door was always closed. No window, no label, just a blank room number. But I always felt watched when I was near it. The air was colder. The hallway seemed darker. My hands shook every time my cart rolled past. After a while, I started avoiding the fourth floor altogether. But some nights I didn't have a choice. My rounds required it. One night near 2 a.m., I reached the fourth floor. The lights flickered like dying candles. I pushed my cart down the hall, keeping my eyes on the floor. Then I heard it, knocking, from room 413. Slow, soft rhythmic. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. Pause. 3 knocks. My entire body went cold. I knew the room was supposed to be empty. I backed away, trying to stay calm. But the knocking grew faster, more desperate. Then, a voice. "Hello?" I froze. The voice sounded like a young woman, shaky, scared. "Please, is anyone out there? I can't see." My heart pounded. Part of me wanted to help, but every warning I'd heard screamed in my head. "Don't open the door. Don't speak. Don't listen." I backed away slowly. "Please," the voice whispered. "I'm hurt. I need help." Her words twisted something in me. What if she was real? What if someone was trapped? The voice broke into sobbing. "I'm so alone." I squeezed my eyes shut and stumbled away, nearly running down the hall. That night, I pretended I never heard it. A week passed without incident, but each night, room 413 pulled at my mind. I couldn't forget the voice. Then one shift, when I reached the fourth floor, room 413's door was open, just barely, a dark sliver of space. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. Someone whispered from inside. "Come in." I stepped back. "No." The darkness inside seemed to pulse, alive. I could see nothing past the doorway. No bed, no walls, just black. The whisper came again, closer. "Please, help me." I slammed the door shut. The whisper stopped. I ran. The next night I asked a nurse named Emily about the room. She tensed, glancing around before speaking. "No one goes in there," she whispered. "No one." "Ever? Why?" I asked. She took a shaky breath. 20 years ago, a patient died in that room. No family, no name. She was found dead, no cause, just gone. They cleared the room. But the next night, she came back. Came back? Emily nodded. A nurse heard crying from inside. When she opened the door, the dead woman was lying on the bed again. My skin crawled. After that, anyone who entered room 413 never came out the same. Some died, some vanished. I swallowed hard. Why not just seal it off? They tried. Her eyes filled with fear. But the room always comes back. I stared. What do you mean? Even when the room number is changed, even when they wall it up, it reappears somewhere else inside the hospital. She trembled. It wants someone. I felt sick. Who? She looked at me with hollow eyes. Whoever hears it. After that conversation, I avoided the fourth floor entirely, but strange things began happening elsewhere. One night, while cleaning the second floor, I saw a woman standing down the hall. She wore a hospital gown stained with something dark. Her hair hung over her face. "Ma'am, you're not supposed to be here." She lifted her head slightly. Her eyes were pale, empty, like she'd drowned. Then she whispered, 413. The lights went out. When they flickered back on, she was gone. I ran to the elevator, heart racing. I jabbed the button. When the doors opened, I stepped in and realized too late. I was on the fourth floor. The hallway stretched before me. The air felt heavy, like breathing smoke. Room 413 stood open. I backed into the elevator, slamming the button for the lobby. But the doors wouldn't close. Something whispered from the darkness. "Come in." I shook my head violently. "No, no." The air turned ice cold. My breath fogged. Then something moved inside the room. Slow footsteps approached the doorway, bare feet, dragging. The figure stepped into the hallway. It was the woman. Her hospital gown hung in tatters. Black veins crawled beneath her skin. Her head tilted unnaturally. She took a step toward me. "Please, help me." Her voice cracked like dry leaves. I slammed the close button over and over. But the elevator didn't move. She was halfway down the hall. "Please," she begged. Her voice changed, deeper, layered, like more than one person speaking. "I'm so cold." She was almost at the elevator. Her hands lifted, fingers stretched, broken. I screamed. The doors suddenly slid shut. The elevator shot downward with violent force. I collapsed to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The next night, I was reassigned to the basement, away from the fourth floor. I thought I was safe. I was wrong. At 3 a.m., while cleaning, I turned a corner and froze. Room 413 was there, in the basement. Same door, same number, same darkness. It followed me. My legs nearly gave out. I backed away slowly. The knob turned. The door creaked open. Blackness spilled out. Not smoke, not shadow. Something thicker, heavy. I ran. But no matter where I went, the hallways twisted, looped, bent. Every turn ended at room 413. Open, waiting. My breathing turned frantic. My heart felt like it would burst. Then the crying began, soft, desperate, coming from everywhere. "Please, I'm alone. I'm cold." I covered my ears. "Stop!" The crying ceased. Silence, then a whisper behind me. "You heard me." I turned. The woman stood inches away. Her face was wrong, sunken, skin blue, jaw unhinged. Her hands grabbed mine, freezing cold like holding ice. "Come back with me. Don't leave me here." She pulled me toward the door. I screamed, fighting, kicking. "No, no!" Her grip tightened. Her eyes widened, hollow and endless. "I need someone." Her mouth tore wider, skin ripping, teeth extending like knives. "You will stay." I grabbed a metal cart and slammed it into her. She shrieked, a sound not human, and recoiled. I bolted down the hall. The lights flickered. Room 413 vanished. I ran to the exit, burst into the cold night, and collapsed. I quit that night, moved away. I never went back. Months passed. I tried to live normally, but the fear never left. Some nights I dream of the woman, standing beside my bed, eyes empty, mouth open too wide. "Please," she whispers, "help me." I always wake drenched in sweat. I moved to a different city, different job. I never go near hospitals. But last week I came home late from work, exhausted. I opened my apartment door and stopped breathing. At the end of the hallway, a door, old white paint peeling. Number on the front, 413. My vision blurred. I stepped back. "No, no, no." The knob twisted, creak. A whisper leaked out. "I found you." I ran to my bedroom, slammed the door, and shoved furniture against it. Something dragged itself across the floor outside. Slow, wet, closer. It stopped outside my room. Fingernails scraped the wood. "Let me in." Silence. I didn't sleep. Morning came. I gathered what I could and left. Moved again. But yesterday, in my new place, the door was there. Same number. Same peeling paint. It always finds me. It will never stop. Because I heard her. I listened. I almost opened the door. And now, she wants me to finish what she started. I don't know how long I can run, but I know this. When I see room 413 again, I won't have the strength to resist. And when that door finally opens, she won't be the only one inside because she wants someone to take her place. And she's already chosen me. Welcome to Creepytalks. Story 1. The Funeral Home That Never Slept. The job. My name is Aaron, and for 3 years I worked the night shift at Blackwell & Sons Funeral Home, a century-old establishment resting in the rusted outskirts of Ohio, USA. Most people assume the dead are quiet. Most people are wrong. The building itself was a contradiction. During the day, sunlight softened its sharp Victorian angles, making it seem almost peaceful. But at night, every corridor felt like a throat, and the shadows breathing inside were not always empty. I took the job because it paid more than any factory gig around. Extra pay for extra silence, the owner joked. The dead don't complain, he said. He lied. My tasks were simple. Watch the front, keep logs, maintain temperature in the mortuary room, keep watch over the bodies waiting for transport or burial. Simple routine, supposedly, but night shifts have a way of swallowing sanity, inch by inch. 2. The quiet room. Blackwell & Sons had a room we called the quiet room. It was where newly arrived bodies were taken before official processing. The room's white walls were too clean, too empty. No photographs, no icons, not even a clock. None of us knew why. The door had a habit of unlocking itself every so often, no matter how many times we secured it. We joked about restless souls. It stopped being funny after the 3rd week. One night around 2:40 a.m., I was doing a routine log check when I heard it. 3 knocks. Slow. From behind the quiet room door. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Lack of sleep often toys with your senses. But then came another set of knocks. 1, 2, 3. Soft, careful. Like someone asking politely to be let out. I froze. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe pipes. Maybe settling wood. Maybe. Then I heard something move inside. A scrape across the floor. Chairs did not exist inside that room. No objects to drag. Nothing that should make sound. Nothing alive at least. 3. The ledger. We were required to keep track of every body, name, time of arrival, condition. But sometimes names appeared in the ledger without our writing them. Names of people who weren't supposed to arrive until morning. Names we didn't know. And sometimes, names without bodies at all. One night I found a name written in shaky handwriting, Miriam Blackwell, 3:12 a.m. There were 2 problems. 1, no one by that name was scheduled. 2, Blackwell was the name of the owner's family line. 3:12 a.m. I looked at the clock. 3:12 a.m. At that moment, the quiet room door clicked open. My heart jumped into my throat. No footsteps followed, no breathing, just the slow slide of darkness from the room into the hallway. I should have closed the door. I should have called someone, but I just stood there staring into that void. The air felt different, heavy, weighted, like someone was standing right in front of me, even though I saw nothing. Something wet dripped onto the floor. A dark smear near my shoe. Blood. Fresh. I stumbled backward, my breath shaking. No bodies that night were fresh arrivals. None could bleed. None should bleed. I forced myself to close the door, hands shaking violently. But the moment the door latched, 3 knocks. Soft waiting. 4. The camera. We had security cameras installed in every major room, except the quiet room. That one always malfunctioned. But one night, I brought my own small webcam and taped it inside, just to see. When I checked the footage at 4 a.m., it showed nothing for a long stretch. I fast-forwarded. Still nothing. Then, at 3:12 a.m., the screen warped, like a ripple in reality. A fog-like shape surfaced. Not a person, more like the outline of something trying to remember being human. Its head formed last, like clay being shaped by invisible hands. Then it turned, as though looking straight into the camera. Eyeless, mouth stretched wide as if screaming, but no sound. The camera cut to static. When footage resumed, the quiet room door was open. I checked the timestamp. 3:13 a.m., 1 minute after the name in the ledger, V, the whisper. Around week 8, things escalated. I heard whispers wherever I walked, sometimes so close my hair shifted, sometimes across the hallway. Most were unintelligible, like someone speaking underwater. But one night I understood. I was adjusting temperature in the embalming room when I felt breath against my ear. Let us sleep. I spun around. No one. The air grew icy. I could see my breath crystallizing. Then, tapping echoed from the refrigeration units. 1 tap, pause, 2 taps, pause, 3 taps, like someone trying to remember the rhythm of being alive. I backed into the hallway and froze. All the lights flickered. Every refrigeration unit door unlatched at once. Just unlatched, not opened. But that was enough. I ran. 6. The funeral. A week later, the owner's son Thomas died in an accident. The family insisted on preparing his body privately. None of us were allowed to assist. But the night before his funeral, I noticed something wrong. A new name had appeared in the ledger. Thomas Blackwell, 3:12 a.m. But Thomas had died at 6 p.m. the previous evening. 3:12 was always the quiet room time. I went to check. The quiet room door was open. Inside, the body table was overturned, scratch marks on the floor, walls smeared with wet streaks. And in the center, lying face down on the floor, was Thomas. His fingers were shredded, as if he had clawed desperately at the ground. His mouth was open, lips torn, his eyes gone. Not removed surgically, just gone, leaving 2 sunken pits. But what destroyed me was his expression. He looked like he had woken up and died again. 7. The 4th night after I quit the next day. Didn't pick up my final paycheck. Didn't say goodbye. But the quiet didn't leave with me. 3 nights later, I found a blank envelope slipped under my apartment door. Inside was a single sheet, 03:12 a.m. Nothing else. That night the knocking started. 3 soft taps, not from my door, from inside my bedroom wall. When I went to grab my keys to leave, I saw the ledger lying on my table. I had never taken it. A page was open. 1 new entry, Aaron, 3:12 a.m. Then came the knocks again. 1, 2, 3. Right behind me. I never turned around. I ran. I'm writing this from a hotel in Brazil right now. I've gone from country to country, Russia, Japan, Brazil, but every night. When the clock hits 3:12 a.m., there are 3 knocks, still waiting, still asking. I know what they want. They want me to open the door. And I know, if I do, it won't be just me who dies. It'll be something else that comes through and lives. Story 2. The metro below never closed. Why? The transfer. My name is Dmitry Kozlov, and I worked as a night shift security guard in the Moscow metro from 2015 to 2017. The city never really sleeps. Even when the snowfall thickens on the streets and the wind chokes the alleys, something remains awake, something beneath. The metro lines are deep. Some say too deep. burrowed into layers where no human should dig. I was transferred to Line 13, an old section supposedly shut since 1999. Officially, it was being renovated, but no workers ever came. No lights, no announcements, just me and the dark. I asked my supervisor, Volkov, why the line needed guarding if it was abandoned. His answer was too immediate, too rehearsed. People wander. They shouldn't. He handed me a worn key and a flashlight, greater than never go near Station Morozova. If a train passes, it doesn't. Log it and turn away. He looked at me with an expression I'd never seen from a hardened Russian officer. Fear, too. Below, there's a special kind of silence underground, the kind that swallows breath, thought, time. My night began at midnight. Log, patrol. Log patrol line 13 was colder than any tunnel I'd worked in. A damp cold that felt old, like it had been waiting. The tunnels were sealed with steel gates, but wind, sharp, icy, always seemed to push from the darkness, as if something massive was breathing. The first 2 nights were uneventful. I walked my routes, checked locks, sat in the booth reading. But I noticed something strange. Even though no trains ran on that line, every night at 3:07, the tunnel rails began to hum. Not loudly, just enough to feel it in my bones. A low vibration, like a distant animal growl. There were no trains scheduled, but the tunnel knew. Third, the passenger night 3, the hum returned. I stepped into the tunnel's mouth, shining my flashlight. The rails shimmered faintly as though pulsing. The air trembled. Then, I saw a man standing far down the tracks, still, facing the wall, not moving, not reacting to my shout. He wore a coat wet from snow, though there was no snow down here. The cold air from him was stronger, thicker, unnatural. I radioed Volkov. No response, just faint static. I approached slowly, every step echoing. Sir? You can't be here. He didn't turn. I got within 10 meters when he tilted his head, slowly, like his neck was stiff or broken. Not toward me, upward, as if he was staring at the ceiling. I took another step, and a rush of wind slammed past me, toward him. My light flickered. He vanished, not ran, not walked. Vanished. The rails stopped humming, just silence again. I backed away, breath shaking, and returned to my booth. I radioed again. This time, Volkov answered immediately. Did you speak to him? How did you? Answer. Did he speak? No, he just disappeared. Silence. Good. If he speaks, it enters. He hung up. I didn't sleep that morning. Fourth, Volkov's story. Next shift, Volkov arrived early. He looked exhausted, eyes red like he hadn't slept in days. He closed the office door and locked it. You should never approach them. Them, he sighed. Line 13 was built over older tunnels, older than Soviet plans, older than the Tsars, maybe older than Moscow. I thought he would drunk or joking. He wasn't. When digging, workers found caverns, rooms, and bodies. Not human, not anymore. He took a long breath. The government sealed Line 13 in '99, but sometimes something walks. I remembered the man, his unnatural stillness, his disappearance. Volkov leaned in. If you hear a train, you didn't. If you see a man, he isn't. If he speaks, never answer. He left without waiting for questions. The train night 5, 0307. The rails hummed again, stronger, the ground almost shaking. I stepped out. Deep down the tunnel, headlights. A train, a real train. Slow, rattling, ancient. Lights flickering like dying candles. It screeched, sparks tearing from old metal. But the metro had disconnected power there. No electricity, nothing should run. Yet it crawled forward, moaning, groaning, as if forcing itself through time. My chest tightened. Every instinct screamed to run. But I watched, hypnotized. The train had only one car, old Soviet design, glass cracked, metal rusted black. It screeched to a stop at the platform where I stood. Doors side open. Inside, every seat was filled, not with people, with shapes, some upright, some slumped, some facing backward. I couldn't see faces, only outlines. Then one turned its head toward me, a broken movement, too sharp, too fast. I stepped back. It rose from the seat, jerking like a puppet. As it staggered toward the door, its body dragged shadows from the seats, like worms of black smoke. Without thinking, I ran. I didn't look back, but I heard steps behind me, fast, dragging. I reached the security booth and slammed the door. The steps stopped. The tunnel went silent. I dared to look through the window. The train was gone. No sound, no lights, just cold stillness. And on the booth window, 3 fingerprints, as if something had touched the glass, trying to follow. 6 Station Morozova, Night 8. A new order arrived. Check Station Morozova. Log condition, return. No one had mentioned the station for days. I tried to refuse, but the radio only crackled back. Go! So I went. The tunnel seemed longer than before, as if stretching. The humming began long before 3:07. It pulsed like a heartbeat. Morozova station was different. Wide. Columns carved with symbols I didn't recognize. Dark stains on the floor, like shadows burned into concrete. The air felt thick, as though sound died inside it. Then I saw her, a woman, standing alone on the platform edge. Back to me, hair long, black, dripping wet, like she had risen from water. I hesitated, her head tilted, slow, shaky, toward her shoulder, but not enough to see her face. I whispered, "Ma'am?" She moved, not turned, phased. One moment at the edge, next right beside me. Her face inches from mine, but she had no face, just a long stretch of pale skin, smooth and blank. Then where a mouth should be, it opened, skin tearing silently, a wide, dark slit. From it came a whisper that chilled my marrow. "Answer!" I couldn't breathe. The split widened, stretching up across where eyes should be. Inside, not blood, not bone, just darkness, a deep, endless black. Her voice came again from everywhere. "Answer!" My legs gave. I fell, crawling back. She stepped forward, without walking, simply appearing closer. Her mouth slit open wider, and a sound like distant trains screaming filled the tunnel. I scrambled up and ran. Her whispers chased me. "Answer! Answer!" The tunnel bent, warped, as if pulling away, stretching endlessly. But then, a hand grabbed me. I swung wildly. It was Volkov. He dragged me toward the gate. The woman didn't follow, but I heard her, whispering from inside my head. 7. The exit. Volkov slammed the gate shut. He looked at me, not angry, pitying. "You heard her. She speaks to you now," I trembled. "She asked me to answer." His face turned pale. "If you answer, you belong to them." My voice cracked. "What are they?" He shook his head. "Not ghosts, not demons, just things that live where we dug, things that remember being seen." I asked why the government didn't destroy it. Volkov laughed, a broken laugh. "You can't destroy what isn't fully here." He grabbed my shoulders. "You must never return. If she follows, don't speak, don't answer." He pushed me toward the exit. "Leave Moscow." Now I didn't say goodbye. I left without even collecting my belongings. 8. Now I'm writing this from a small town near the Japan-Russia coast, far away from tunnels and rails. I haven't slept well since. Every night at 3:07, I hear something. Not outside, not in the room, inside my mind. A whisper, answer, and every night I feel a presence, cold, dripping, standing beside my bed, waiting. If I open my eyes, I know I'll see her. If I speak, I know I'll never speak again. Some nights I hear distant trains where no tracks exist, screeching, screaming, carrying passengers who never lived or never died. I pray silence comes, but the metro below never closed, and one night I might answer. Story 3, The Mile That Didn't Exist, ICE Assignment. My name is Marcos, former night shift patrol officer assigned to a stretch of the BR 319 highway, an isolated road cutting through the Amazon rainforest. The highway is infamous. Rain swallows the road. Nature erases pavement overnight, and more than once we found entire segments gone, replaced by vines, roots, and jungle. And at night, the jungle is not silent. It listens. My unit handled call-outs for broken down trucks, missing travelers, animal collisions. But the reports that came most often at night were different. Voices in the trees, lights off the road, something walking beside the car. We called these the Amazon Whispers, until one night something responded. Second, the missing couple, August 2014, storm season. We received a distress transmission over the radio, weak, cutting in and out. A man's voice. Stopped. The road is gone. There's someone. Then static. We traced the signal to a known trouble point, KM 260. But here's the problem. There was no KM 260. Our maps went from 259 straight to 261. 259, 261. No officer had ever logged a call there. No posts, no marker, no record. And yet the GPS insisted KM 260. My partner Rafa muttered a prayer under his breath. He grew up in the region, knew its stories better than I ever would. He said, there are places the jungle hides. When it opens, don't look too long. I laughed it off, but I would learn. Third, the mile. The road was drenched, shining like black glass. The forest pressed in from both sides, towering, ancient, alive. At kilometer 259, the mile marker stood, half-rotted, leaning. We drove forward expecting 261, but after a few minutes, the headlights illuminated another sign. 260. Rafa's breath hitched. The sign looked wrong, older than the others, wooden, not metal. The engraving was hand-cut, uneven, as if carved in desperation. We slowed to a crawl. Someone probably planted it, I said. Rafa didn't reply. He was staring straight ahead, eyes wide, as if afraid to blink. The GPS display flickered, then displayed coordinates that didn't match anywhere on the map. The road ahead seemed different. The asphalt cracked, roots breaking through its surface. Thin mist pooled low across the ground, and the jungle leaned inward as though eavesdropping. We drove in. KM 260 swallowed us whole. 4. The car 10 minutes in, we found the couple's vehicle. A silver compact car sat on the shoulder, hazards blinking weakly. The passenger door hung open. Rain hammered the metal roof. We approached cautiously. The headlights were still on, engine running, but no one was inside. Not a trace. No bags, no phones, no footprints. Although the ground was mud, nothing. Rafa circled the car. I checked inside. On the dashboard lay a phone, screen cracked, light flickering. A recording was open. I hit play. At first, just breathing. Then the woman's voice. They're outside. They're everywhere. Branches snapped. A man whispered, "Don't look at their faces. Don't." Screaming. Static recording ended. My skin crawled. Rafa whispered, We should leave. Call back up. I wanted to agree. But then we heard it. From deep in the trees, a woman crying. The forest line. We stepped away from the car. The crying continued, shaky, broken, echoing through the dripping leaves. Hello, I yelled. The crying stopped instantly. Silence spread like poison. Rafa grabbed my arm. It's not her. How do you know? They copy. The rain softened, almost muted. Then came footsteps in the underbrush, slow, uneven, like someone injured. A figure emerged between the trees, shadowed, limping. A woman. She moved into our headlights, her clothes matching the missing report. Face pale, hair dripping. She raised her head, eyes black, no whites, no iris, just endless night. She mouthed words, but no sound came. Then she smiled, a slow, cracking smile, too wide, tearing the edges of her mouth. Rafa shouted, "Back in the car!" But I couldn't move. The woman tilted her head and took a step forward. Her knees bent backward, her spine arched, bones rearranging. She didn't walk. She folded closer. Rafa pulled me backward. We stumbled toward our truck, but behind us, footsteps, not hers, more, many. From the trees, figures stepped out, dozens, all silent, all watching, their black eyes gleaming. None blinked. Rafa forced me into the truck. We slammed the doors. The figures didn't move, just stared. The woman stood closest, head twitching, smile breaking wider. The engine struggled, wouldn't start. Rain pounded the roof like fists. Something began tapping on my window. I turned slowly. One of the figures, face pressed to the glass, its features blurred, as if melting. Rafa yelled prayers. I tried the key again. The engine roared to life. The figures didn't react, just stared. We floored it. 6. The mile never ends. We tore down the road, wipers smearing water into pale streaks. But the mile didn't end. No matter how far we drove, the GPS read KM 260. The jungle pressed closer. Trees leaned in over the road, forming a tunnel. Figures appeared intermittently in the headlights, always facing us, always still. Some hanging from branches, some perched on roots, all staring. The woman's voice whispered from somewhere, "Don't look at their faces." Rafa shouted, "Don't look." I kept my eyes forward. The radio crackled, static, then voices, hundreds, murmuring, overlapping, as if the forest itself was speaking. The headlights flickered, and then they were on the road, dozens, blocking the way. We skidded, swerving. They didn't move. We stopped inches away. Some leaned toward us. Then, one slammed its hand on the hood, another on the window. Then all of them hit the truck at once, pounding, scratching, screaming, but mouths unmoving. The truck shook violently. Rafa yelled, "Close your eyes!" I did. The pounding grew louder, then stopped. Silence. I opened my eyes. The figures were gone. The road was empty. The rain fell normally again. The GPS now read KM 261. We had escaped, or so we thought. 7th. Aftermath. We returned to base at dawn, drenched, silent. We filed the report exactly as protocol demanded, but our supervisor read only the first line. Vehicle located. Passengers missing. He stamped it. Closed. When we protested, he looked at us like we were already dead. KM 260 doesn't exist. Write it again. Rafa's eyes darkened. We rewrote it. No KM 260, no figures. Just a broken down car. Passengers gone. Case closed. The next day, the car was missing too. No record it was ever logged. Erased, like the mile itself. 8. The cost Rafa didn't return to work. His family said he sat at home with curtains closed, staring into the dark corners of his house. 2 weeks later, He vanished. No signs, no struggle, just gone. In his room on the wall, written in mud, 260. That same night, I woke to rain hitting my window. But there was no rain, just tapping. 3 soft taps, then another 3. Slow. I didn't open the curtains. I knew it waited outside. A smile, black eyes, a face that wasn't a face, listening, waiting. I packed and left for the city that morning. I never returned to the patrol. Sometimes when I drive alone at night, the GPS glitches, and for a moment, just a moment, it displays KM260. And I know, if I keep driving, that mile will be there. The jungle waiting, whispering, faces in the dark. I only pray I will never hear the voice say, "Don't look at their faces," because next time, I might look. Story 4. The vending machine on Route 338. The night job. My name is Hiroshi, and in 2020, I work the night shift for a vending machine supply company in northern Japan near Aomori. Unlike the rest of the world, vending machines here are everywhere. Roadsides, forests, tunnels, mountains, abandoned places, even places where no one should be. Route 338 runs along the coast. Cliffs on one side, ocean on the other. Isolated, silent, beautiful in the day. At night, different. My route was simple. Restock machines from 10 p.m. to sunrise. Most were normal, but one was not. Machine number A34, located on the old mountain road, a sharp detour off the main route. No houses, no temple, nothing around it but forest. The machine was always stocked, always working, always cold, yet no one knew who used it. My supervisor warned me casually, "If someone buys something from a 34 while you're there, don't look at their face." "Don't speak," I laughed. He didn't. Second, first visit. My first night alone with a 34 was a foggy February night. Snow still clung to the trees, dripping slowly. The road narrowed as I drove up, and the headlights caught the vending machine standing alone. Bright, white, humming softly. It felt wrong, like it was waiting. I parked and stepped out. The night was so quiet I could hear my heart beat. The machine glowed in the darkness, stocked with strange items, canned tea, coffee, water, energy drinks. But it also had things I'd never seen. Unlabeled white bottles, pale blue cans with no writing, wrapped objects with no barcode. I scanned the machine's ID. Confirmed. A 34. The woods behind me whispered with wind, or something that wanted to sound like wind. I restocked quickly. As I was locking the panel, the machine lit up. A can rattled inside, falling to the retrieval tray. Someone had purchased something, but I was alone. I stared at the retrieval tray. The can was one of the blank blue ones. I hesitated, then slowly picked it up. It was ice cold. Too cold. My fingers stung. A sound behind me, like footsteps on wet leaves. Slow, deliberate. I didn't turn around. My supervisor's words echoed, "Don't look, don't speak." The footsteps grew closer, stopping just behind me. Breathing, soft, wet, like lungs filled with water. A thin hand reached around me from behind, pale, long-fingered, and pulled a coin from my palm. It dropped the coin into the machine. Clink. Another drink dropped. The hand retreated. Silence. I remained frozen. After a long moment, the footsteps moved away. Into the trees. I locked the panel and ran. I didn't look back. Third, the collector. At work the next day, I asked my supervisor, "Someone bought a drink while I was there." He stiffened. "You didn't look at them, did you?" "No." "You didn't talk?" "No." He nodded, relieved. "Then you're fine." I asked who it was. His answer came slowly. No one living. He explained, years ago, before maintenance was automated, delivery drivers reported strange customers, people standing motionless, appearing suddenly taking drinks into the forest. Some wore old clothing, soaked and rotting. Some had no shoes, some had no faces. They never spoke, only bought. Drivers who looked at them, or spoke, never returned to work. Some were found days later, wandering the mountains, mumbling about empty faces. Some were never found. A 34 was supposed to be shut down, but every time the company removed it, by the next night it would reappear. Same place, restocked, working, no explanation. That was the moment I realized I was dealing with something that wanted to be there, something that invited people, something that fed. 4. The woman in white. A week later I returned, fog thicker, cold deeper. As I approached the machine, I saw someone already standing in front of it, a woman in a white coat, long black hair, dripping wet. She stood still, facing the machine, not selecting anything. I stopped, waited, hoping she would leave. She didn't move. I couldn't do my job while she was there. I cleared my throat. Gomen nasai. Excuse me. She didn't respond. Something about her felt wrong. Too still, too silent. I stepped closer. The fog parted slightly. She wasn't standing. She was floating, barely off the ground. Her hair hung down unnaturally straight, water dripping but never ending. I froze. She twitched, head jerking like a puppet being tugged. Then she turned toward me. I dropped my gaze immediately, stared at the ground. My breath fogged the air. She moved closer, blindly, facing me but seeing nothing. Her feet hovered above the ground, toes pointed downward like a dancer suspended mid-step. She reached the machine and inserted coins, but her hand passed through the slot. The machine clinked anyway. A drink dropped. She took it. The can hissed, like gas escaping. She lifted it to where her face should be. The hissing grew louder, like something breathing from the can. Then, her head dropped forward, hair covering everything, still facing me. I didn't breathe. After a long moment, she drifted backward into the woods. I stayed frozen for nearly 5 minutes before daring to move. The can she purchased remained on the ground, unopened, steam rising from it, though the night was freezing. Something moved inside it, tapping the metal. I backed away slowly, then heard a voice behind me. "Don't pick it up." I spun around. A man stood there, ordinary looking, wearing a company jacket. He smiled weakly. "Another first-timer, huh?" He introduced himself as Kenta, a former night driver. He warned me, "Never take what they buy. Never follow them. Never listen if they call you into the woods." I asked, "What happens if you do?" His smile faded. "You never come back the same. If you come back at all." Before I could ask more, he was gone. No footsteps, no sound, just gone. The night they noticed me. My last week, things escalated. I drove up to a 34 around 2:10 a.m. Fog thick as cotton, but the machine wasn't alone. 5 figures stood around it, all facing forward, unmoving, like mannequins. Their clothes were old, some modern, some from decades before. One wore a school uniform from the 1980s. Their heads twitched slightly as if listening. I stopped the car far back, turned off the lights, just watched. None touched the machine, just waited. Then one turned toward me, slow, stiff, its face pale, features melted, eyes just hollow darkness. One by one, the others turned too, all facing me. I slid down in the seat, heart racing. They began to walk toward the truck, not fast, just inevitable. I tried to start the engine. It clicked, didn't turn. The figures were close now, moving silently over the gravel. I prayed. The engine roared to life. I slammed it into reverse, nearly skidding off the road. The figures stopped right at the edge of the forest, watching. I drove until the machine was gone from sight. Only then did I breathe. But as I drove, my rearview mirror showed something sitting in the back seat. I didn't look. I kept my eyes forward, didn't look, didn't speak. I drove straight to the depot. When I finally stopped, my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't remove the keys. When I dared to look behind me, nothing, just empty seats. But the headrest was wet, dripping, like someone had been sitting there. 6. The coin I quit the next morning. My supervisor didn't argue. As I was packing my locker, a coin fell out of my uniform pocket. A vending machine coin. Old, rusty, wrong weight. I had never seen it before. Someone had put it there. That night, as I took the train home, I heard someone behind me whisper, "Don't look," but no one was there. When I got home, I placed the coin in a drawer. In the morning, it was gone. In its place was a drink can, unlabeled, pale blue, ice cold. Something tapped from inside like fingernails. I took it outside and threw it into the river. The water fizzed, steaming. Fish surfaced, dead. I moved away 2 weeks later. 7. Now sometimes late at night my phone buzzes. A location, Route 338, a 34. Other times I hear coins dropping, the hiss of cans, breath behind me. When I walk past vending machines now, I keep my eyes down. Once I swear I saw a pale figure reflected in the glass, hovering behind me. I didn't turn. I don't drive alone at night anymore. But sometimes when I'm half asleep, I hear a voice next to my bed. Don't look at their face. And a coin drops onto the floor. Clink. I haven't touched it. I never will. Because if I do, I know I'll hear footsteps. Slow, wet, approaching, and the machine will be there, waiting. Welcome, sleepy soul. Tonight I am your storyteller, your guide through shadows and whispers. Here in the dark corners of imagination, every creak, every shadow, and every whisper has a story to tell. Welcome to Creepytalks, where the night never ends and the tales are waiting for you. The road ended long before Nathan expected it to. According to the GPS, there was still another mile to the cabin, but all he saw now was snow, thick, unbroken, and untouched, swallowing the gravel track. The forest pressed in on both sides, the tall pines bending beneath the weight of winter. He shut off the engine. The silence that followed was too big, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Nathan stepped out, crunching through the snow, pulling his scarf tighter around his face. The cold bit at him, sharp and immediate. Behind him the car ticked as the metal cooled. He almost turned back. Almost. But he'd come this far. 2 days of driving from the city, half a tank of gas left, and nowhere else to go. The cabin was his uncle's, or had been, before the accident. Nathan hadn't been here since he was 12, but when the lawyer called about the inheritance, the words "a cabin in the woods" had sounded like exactly what he needed. After everything that happened with Claire, the breakup, the sleepless nights, the job he'd quit without notice, a little isolation didn't seem like a bad idea. He grabbed his duffel bag and started up the trail, the pines whispering above him. The cabin appeared suddenly between the trees, 2 stories tall, dark wood nearly black with age, a chimney sagging like a crooked finger. The snow on the roof was unbroken, no tracks, No sign anyone had been here for years. He unlocked the front door with a key that felt too cold to hold. The hinges groaned like something waking up. Inside, it smelled of dust and pine sap. The air was heavy, the kind that had been sitting still for years. Furniture under white sheets, a stone fireplace full of ashes long gone cold. Nathan flicked the light switch. Nothing. The power was out, of course. He found the old kerosene lantern near the door, lit it, and the soft orange glow filled the cabin. Shadows danced along the log walls, and for the first time, Nathan smiled. It felt right, quiet, honest. He unpacked, lit a fire in the hearth, and heated a can of soup over it. The crackling flames filled the silence. It wasn't until the second spoonful that he heard it, a faint tap, tap, tap against the window. Nathan froze. The sound came again. Tap, tap, tap. He turned slowly, eyes darting to the frosted window. Nothing. Just darkness and the shifting glow of the fire reflected in the glass. He waited, listening. The forest was still. No wind, no movement. Maybe a branch, he told himself. Ice falling from the roof. Something ordinary. He forced himself to finish eating, but the tapping echoed in his head long after it stopped. That night, Nathan lay in the loft bed beneath a heavy quilt, the lantern dim beside him. The fire downstairs had burned down to red coals. He could hear the forest breathing outside, the creak of trees, the soft hiss of wind. Then, whispering, faint. So faint he thought it was a wind at first. But then it came again, closer. A voice. No, voices, overlapping in a strange rhythm, like a chant just on the edge of hearing. Nathan sat up. Hello? The whispering stopped instantly. He listened, holding his breath. The silence that followed felt thick enough to choke on. Then from far away, a single word. Nathan. He scrambled to the window. Nothing but the black sea of trees. The whisper came again, softer, stretched by the wind. Come back. His heart hammered. He shut the curtains and pulled the quilt up to his chin. Sleep didn't come for hours. When it finally did, he dreamed of pine needles and cold, dark soil. Morning brought no comfort. The snow had stopped, but the world outside was still gray, silent, endless. He made coffee on the fire and tried to laugh it off. Voices in the night, maybe just his mind, playing tricks. He'd been under a lot of stress. Maybe that was all it was. To distract himself, he started exploring the cabin. The kitchen was rustic but tidy. The living room had an old radio and a bookshelf full of damp, swollen paperbacks. Upstairs, a single hallway led to 2 locked doors and a small bathroom. He found the keys hanging on a hook by the stairs. The first door opened to a storage room filled with old furniture and boxes. The second door opened with a long groan. Inside was a bedroom. He knew it instantly. This had been his uncle's room. The air smelled faintly of tobacco and dust. On the desk sat a journal, bound in cracked leather. The first few pages were filled with neat handwriting. December 3rd. The pines are whispering again. I tried not to listen this time, but they sound like her, like Margaret. God forgive me. I almost called back. Nathan's stomach turned. He flipped ahead. December 8th. They came closer last night. I saw them between the trees, shapes that almost looked human. They don't like the light. Another entry, greater than December 11th. The whispering stopped when the snow came. I think they're waiting. The last page was dated December 12th, the day his uncle had been found dead in the woods. There were no words on that page, just a smudge of something dark, like dried blood. That night, the whispering returned. Nathan sat by the fire, the journal open in his lap, his eyes darting to the window every few seconds. Tap, tap, tap. The same rhythm as before. He walked to the window, heart pounding. Outside, the pines swayed gently in the moonlight. Snow fell in slow, lazy flakes. And there, between two trees, something stood. A shape, pale and tall, almost blending with the snow. It wasn't moving. It wasn't human. Nathan stumbled backward. The shape tilted its head as if listening. Then from the darkness, "Nathan!" The whisper came from inside the cabin this time. The lantern flickered. The air grew heavy and cold. Something was behind him. Nathan didn't dare move. The sound was so close now that it felt like someone was standing right behind him, breathing, just barely, as if trying not to be heard. He forced himself to turn. Nothing. The living room was empty, the fire dimming to a soft orange glow. The whispering had stopped. Only the wind hissed faintly through the cracks in the window frame. Nathan's throat felt dry as sand. He picked up the lantern and scanned the cabin. No footprints on the floor. The door was still locked, but the air smelled different, colder, damp, earthy, like something had opened underground. He tried to steady his breathing. "You're tired," he muttered. "You're hearing things." Still, he didn't go back to bed. He sat awake by the fire until dawn, staring at the windows, waiting for the sun to burn away whatever had been there. Morning came gray and silent again. No birds, no sound but the creak of melting snow. Nathan stepped outside for the first time since arriving. The air was razor sharp and still. He walked slowly around the cabin, scanning the snow for footprints. Nothing. The snow was untouched, smooth as glass. Except, at the back of the cabin, beneath the eaves, there was a patch where the snow had melted. A perfect circle of bare earth about 2 feet wide. Steam rose faintly from it. Nathan crouched, holding his gloved hand just above the dirt. It was warm. He swallowed hard and brushed the snow away around the edges. Beneath the soil was something wooden, a hatch with an old iron ring handle sunk deep into the grain. He hadn't seen this before. Had it always been here? He hesitated. The voice in his head, the rational one, told him to walk away. But curiosity clawed harder. He pulled. The hatch creaked open with the sound of old wood snapping, and a puff of stale air rushed up from the dark below. It smelled of rot and something else. Something like burnt hair. He shone his phone flashlight down. Wooden steps descended into a black space, narrow and uneven. "Storage," he told himself. "That's all." But his uncle's words in the journal echoed in his mind. "They don't like the light." Nathan hesitated, then climbed down. The cellar wasn't large. The walls were packed earth, and the ceiling hung low. The air was thick, unmoving. Old shelves lined one wall, filled with dusty jars and rusted tools. A wooden chair sat in the center, facing a small stone slab that looked almost like an altar. Carved into the slab was a circle of symbols, crude, jagged lines that seemed burned into the stone rather than chiseled. Nathan lifted his phone closer. The symbols looked wrong, like they twisted slightly when he wasn't looking directly at them. Then he noticed something else. In the dirt behind the altar, the floor bulged upward slightly. He brushed the soil aside. Beneath it was a wooden plank. He pried it up, coughing as dust filled the air. Under the plank was a void, a narrow crawl space filled with darkness, and from inside it faintly came a sound, whispering. Nathan froze, the flashlight trembling in his hand. He crouched lower, listening. The whispers were clearer now, distinct voices overlapping in a strange rhythmic murmur. "Nathan, come back. Open it." He stumbled backward, slamming the plank down, his heart hammering in his chest. The voices stopped instantly. Something knocked from underneath. Once, hard. Nathan bolted up the steps, slamming the hatch shut above him. Inside the cabin, the air felt wrong again. Still. Too still. He threw more wood on the fire, trying to chase away the chill that seemed to cling to him. He needed to leave. That much was clear now. He could drive into town, find somewhere to stay for the night, come back in daylight with people. Witnesses. He packed quickly, tossing his clothes and the journal into his duffel. But when he reached the front door, the knob wouldn't turn. He tried again. The key wouldn't fit anymore. It was the same key, but the lock resisted, grinding like the metal had shifted. He slammed his shoulder into the door. Nothing. Then, tap, 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 from the window beside the door. Nathan turned slowly. There, pressed against the glass, was a pale face. It looked human, almost, but the eyes were too dark, too deep. The skin was stretched tight, grayish, like old parchment. The mouth opened. No sound came out. Nathan stumbled back, knocking over the lantern. The flame sputtered, flared, and died. Darkness swallowed the cabin, and then the whispering began again. Not outside this time, but beneath the floorboards. Hundreds of voices murmuring in unison. Some laughed softly, others cried, all speaking words he couldn't understand. The floor moved beneath him, a slow, pulsing rhythm, like something breathing under the wood. He ran for the stairs, clutching the journal. The floorboards groaned as he stepped, stretching upward, splintering under invisible pressure. "Stop!" he shouted, voice cracking. "What do you want from me?" For a moment the whispering stopped. Then from below, "You opened it?" The voice was unmistakable. His uncle's. He didn't remember climbing the stairs, only the sudden weight of the door slamming behind him as he locked himself in the bedroom. The whispers grew fainter, replaced by the steady sound of something scratching against the floor downstairs. He sat on the bed shaking, staring at the journal in his hands. Maybe there was something inside it, some explanation. He flipped to the back, searching for pages he hadn't read yet. One entry was tucked between two others, the ink smeared as though written in a hurry. Greater than, "If anyone finds this, don't open the hatch. They can't touch the light, but they can whisper through the dark. The voice that calls your name isn't who you think it is. It never is beneath it." A single sentence scratched into the page so deeply it tore the paper. "They remember your blood." Nathan's breath caught. His hands were trembling now. He hadn't told anyone about this trip. No one knew he was here. So how had they known his name? That night he didn't sleep at all. The scratching turned to tapping again, then to a rhythmic thumping, as if something beneath the cabin was hitting the floor from below, over and over. He tried the radio, static. He tried his phone, no signal. Sometime around midnight the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Then came the smell, that same burnt hair scent seeping up through the floorboards. The lantern flickered, and from downstairs the hatch creaked open. The sound of the hatch creaking open froze Nathan where he sat. He could hear the wood bending, nails snapping, slow, deliberate. Then came the soft, unmistakable sound of something dragging itself across the dirt. He wanted to believe it was the wind or the house settling, anything but that sound. But then he heard it again, a faint, wet scrape, followed by a whisper so low it felt more like a vibration than a voice. "Nathan?" He stood up slowly, the lantern shaking in his hand. The smell hit him next, a wave of decay, thick and cloying, rising through the cracks in the floorboards. Nathan stumbled toward the stairs. He didn't want to go down. Every part of him screamed to run, to hide, to do anything but look. But some dark, trembling curiosity, the same that made him open that hatch, dragged him forward. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, the fire was out. The only light came from the dying lantern, its flame flickering like a heartbeat. The hatch in the corner stood wide open. Blackness yawned beneath it. Something had climbed out. He could see the trail, a smear of wet, dark earth leading from the hatch to the middle of the floor. Nathan's throat tightened. "Who's there?" No answer. Just a faint shifting sound, as if something had moved out of sight. He crouched, aiming the lantern toward the dark patch. The beam trembled and caught on something that should not have been there. A hand. It was pale, almost translucent, the skin stretched thin over the bones. Fingernails blackened and cracked. The fingers twitched slightly when the light touched them, as if they were trying to pull away. Nathan staggered back, hitting the wall. The hand vanished, slipping soundlessly beneath the floorboards like it had never been there. The whispering returned, louder now, surrounding him. "He opened it. He let us in." Voices overlapped. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Male, female, old, young. Each one just barely human. Nathan covered his ears. "Stop! Stop it!" But it didn't stop. It grew louder, closer. The walls seemed to hum with it. Then suddenly silence. The lantern went out. Darkness swallowed everything. He fumbled for his phone, thumb pressing desperately for the flashlight. The screen glowed faintly. Battery at 9%. The beam illuminated the floor just long enough for him to see the bulge moving beneath it. The wood rose like something was crawling under the boards, dragging itself slowly toward him. The whisper came again, this time in his ear. "Nathan." He turned and saw nothing but his own pale reflection in the dark window, except the reflection smiled. Nathan screamed and threw the phone. It shattered against the stone fireplace. Something laughed in the dark. Not a voice, but a sound like wind passing through hollow bones. He stumbled back and tripped over the rug, hitting the floor hard. Pain shot up his arm. His hand brushed against something cold. The journal. He grabbed it, clutching it like a weapon. "You want me?" he shouted hoarsely. "Come get me." The floor split open, boards snapped and splintered, and a column of freezing air rushed upward. From the blackness below, countless pale hands reached out, grasping, trembling, clawing toward the light. Nathan screamed again, crawling backward. One of the hands caught his boot, cold and slick. He kicked free and scrambled toward the stairs. He barely made it to the second step before the whispering turned into shrieking. Not angry, pleading. "Don't leave us. Stay. Stay." He slammed the bedroom door shut behind him and collapsed against it, panting. His heartbeat roared in his ears. Minutes passed, or hours. The whispering faded into silence again. When Nathan finally opened his eyes, dawn's first gray light was leaking through the curtains. He dared to look downstairs. The hatch was closed again. The floor was whole. No cracks, no damage. No sign of what he had seen. He wondered if he'd gone mad. But then he noticed the footprints. Wet, muddy footprints leading from the hatch to the middle of the room and then up the stairs. They stopped just outside his bedroom door. Nathan didn't leave the cabin that day. He tried to convince himself it was all exhaustion, trauma, grief, anything. But every time he tried to rest, the faint smell of rot filled the air again. By afternoon, he was pacing. He needed to do something. He opened the journal again, flipping back and forth through the pages, looking for clues. Most of the entries were the same: rambling paranoia, his uncle describing the voices in the trees and faces in the snow. But then, buried near the end, one line stood out. Greater than, "The whispering started the night I found the hollow tree. The one split open like a mouth a place. If he could find that tree, maybe he could figure out what had happened and how to stop it." By dusk, Nathan was dressed in his thick coat, flashlight, and boots, standing at the tree line. The wind had picked up, carrying a faint, almost human tone, the sigh of voices drifting between the pines. He pushed forward anyway. The forest was endless. Every tree looked the same. His flashlight cut a narrow tunnel of light through the snow, revealing twisted roots and animal tracks. The deeper he went, the quieter everything became. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Then, after nearly an hour of walking, he saw it. The tree. It was massive, wider than a car, its bark blackened and split down the middle as though struck by lightning. The inside of the trunk was hollow, forming a perfect oval, like an open mouth. As Nathan stepped closer, his breath froze in front of him. The air grew colder with each step. Inside the hollow, something glimmered, a shape half buried in the snow. He reached in and brushed it off. A photograph. It was old, water-damaged, but the faces were clear enough. His uncle, and beside him, Nathan himself as a boy, no older than 12. Nathan dropped it. His heart hammered against his ribs. This made no sense. That picture had never been taken. Then from inside the tree, something moved. A hand, the same pale, translucent hand he had seen in the cabin, reached out and touched the edge of the bark. Nathan stumbled backward. The whispering surrounded him, circling through the pines. "You opened it. You're one of us now." He turned and ran. Branches whipped against his face. The forest seemed to twist, every direction leading him deeper instead of out. The whispers grew louder, now coming from inside his head. "You left us once, but we found you again." He didn't stop until he saw the cabin lights through the trees. Only, there were too many lights. Lanterns, candles, dozens of flickering flames glowing through the windows. He froze. He hadn't lit them, and in the doorway, silhouetted against the glow, stood a figure, tall, thin, unmoving. Nathan whispered, "Uncle?" The figure tilted its head, then it smiled. Nathan stood at the edge of the clearing, breath clouding in the cold. The figure in the doorway didn't move. It just watched, the cabin's candlelight rippling across it so that its outline seemed to shiver. He took one slow step forward. The figure mimicked him. One step, the same pace, the same angle of the head. "Uncle Ray?" His own voice sounded small, swallowed by the snow. The figure smiled again, but it wasn't his uncle's smile. It was too wide, too deliberate, like someone wearing a smile. The light flickered, and the figure was suddenly gone. Only the candles burned inside. Nathan crept to the porch. The door stood ajar, groaning slightly in the wind. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wax and pine smoke. Candles sat everywhere. On the floor, the stairs, even the table where he'd eaten his first meal here. Someone had arranged them in circles. He whispered, "Who did this?" But no answer came, only the faint drip, Drip, drip of melting wax. On the table lay the journal, open to a page he didn't remember reading. The ink was darker than the rest, almost red-brown. Greater than, the tree is not a door, it's a throat. When it opens, it speaks. When you answer, it remembers he slammed the cover shut and backed away. A sound rose beneath the floor again, a muffled hum, steady, like a heartbeat deep underground. The flames of every candle leaned toward him. He ran upstairs. In the bedroom, he threw open the window. The forest outside looked endless and wrong, the pines all tilted inward as though bending toward the cabin. He could see the hollow tree far out there, a black split in the whiteness. He whispered to himself, "Get the keys. Get the car. Go." But when he turned, the keys weren't where he'd left them. The hook by the door was empty. On the desk, beside the lantern, lay the photograph he'd dropped in the woods. It was dry now. A new line of handwriting had appeared at the bottom in the same ink as the journal. "You never left." Nathan felt the room tilt. He stumbled against the wall, gripping the frame. From downstairs came a voice, soft, familiar. "Nathan?" It was his mother's voice. He froze. His mother had died 8 years ago. "Mom? Come down, sweetheart. Please, you're scaring me." He took one step toward the stairs before he stopped himself. His mother never called him sweetheart, not once. The voice came again, thinner, warping slightly. "Come back to the tree. You left us there." Nathan grabbed the lantern and bolted into the hallway. The whispering rose again behind him, hundreds of voices merging into one. He ran out the door and into the woods. The forest closed around him instantly, swallowing the light from the cabin. His boots sank in deep snow, the cold burning his lungs. He could hear them following, faint crunches of snow, the sigh of movement behind the trunks. He didn't look back. He just kept running until the dark mouth of the hollow tree loomed ahead of him. The air around it shimmered faintly, like heat rising from asphalt. The bark looked wet, pulsing in and out as though it were breathing. Nathan lifted the lantern. "What are you?" The tree answered with silence, then a deep, groaning exhale that vibrated through the ground. From inside came a whisper, almost gentle. "Give it back." The light flickered. "Give what back?" "Your name." The wind rose suddenly, scattering snow and ash-colored pine needles. The hollow widened, and the inside of the tree glowed faintly with a dull orange light, as if fire burned far below. Images flickered in the wood grain. His uncle sitting by the fire, eyes hollow, his younger self laughing outside the same cabin. Claire, his ex-girlfriend, turning away from him on the day he left. Each image faded into the next like reflections on water. "Stop it," he shouted. "You're not real," the voices murmured, overlapping now, thousands of them. "Real enough. You heard us first. You opened the mouth." The lantern guttered and died. Total darkness. Only the sound of the wind and his heartbeat. Then something warm dripped onto his hand. Not blood. Sap. Thick, black sap that smelled faintly of iron. The hollow pulsed again, and a low tone echoed through the forest. Snow cascaded from the branches, and the air grew heavy, pressing down on him. Nathan backed away, but his foot caught on something half buried in the snow. He bent down. Another photograph. This one showed the cabin engulfed in flames. In the window, a small boy stood watching. Behind him, the hollow tree whispered, "It's already burning." Nathan ran. Branches lashed his face. Roots clawed his boots. But he didn't stop until the cabin came into view again. Smoke curled from the chimney, even though he'd left no fire burning. Through the window he saw movement, a shadow pacing slowly inside. He circled to the back door and pushed it open. The warmth hit him instantly. The fire in the hearth blazed high, and the journal lay open before it, pages turning on their own. He stepped closer. The ink on the pages bled and reshaped itself into new words before his eyes. The mouth opened for him again. He walked back inside. He thought he could leave, but he never left. The final line was still forming as he watched. He is writing this now. Nathan's reflection stared back from the glossy, wet ink, and the reflection blinked. He slammed the book shut, heart hammering. The flames dimmed, the room twisting as though the walls were bending inward. He staggered toward the door, but when he grabbed the handle, it wasn't wood anymore. It felt soft, pulsing beneath his palm like living flesh. He yanked his hand away. A low, rumbling voice rose from everywhere at once. "Stay!" The floor heaved. Cracks split across the planks, revealing soil beneath that shimmered faintly with orange light, the same glow as the tree's hollow. From the cracks, roots began to push through, thin and black, writhing like worms. They crawled toward him, twisting around his boots, creeping higher. He grabbed the lantern, smashed it on the ground. Flames leapt up, licking the roots. They recoiled, hissing like snakes. Smoke filled the room. Nathan coughed, covering his mouth. The heat drove him backward toward the door. He threw his shoulder against it, and it burst open. Cold air rushed in. Snow swirled. He stumbled out into the night. Behind him the cabin burned. From the trees came a single, drawn-out whisper, rising above the crackle of flames. "You can't burn the mouth." He turned toward the sound. The hollow tree stood in the distance, untouched, glowing faintly from within. For a moment he thought he saw faces moving inside its light. His uncle, his mother, even Claire, all mouthing the same words. Then the snow fell heavier, and they were gone. Nathan fell to his knees, exhausted. The whisper faded into the wind again. He whispered back, voice shaking, "You'll forget me." The forest answered softly, "Never." When Nathan woke, the world was gray. He was lying in the snow halfway between the trees and the black shell of the cabin. Thin smoke trailed upward in lazy curls. The roof had collapsed, but small tongues of flame still licked at the corners, stubborn and blue-white. They didn't spread or die, just burned in place, like they were waiting. He sat up slowly. His coat was stiff with frost, his hair crusted with ash. For a moment he couldn't remember how he'd gotten outside. Then the sound came back to him, the roots hissing in the fire, the door that had turned warm and soft under his hand, the whisper that told him to stay. He shivered hard enough that his teeth clicked. He forced himself to stand. The fire had no heat now. He could walk within a few feet of the wall without feeling warmth on his face. The snow around the cabin hadn't melted either. It was as though the flames were only pretending. He circled the wreckage. The back wall had fallen inward, revealing the cellar hatch, open again. Inside, a dull orange light pulsed like a heartbeat. Nathan gripped a fallen branch for balance and called down, "You win. I'm done." No answer, just the low hum of air moving through stone. He almost climbed down then, half out of anger, half out of something that felt like surrender. But another sound stopped him, the low, faraway wail of sirens. For the first time since arriving, Nathan remembered there was still a world beyond the trees. He stumbled through the forest toward the sound. The path twisted, but soon he saw headlights weaving between the pines. 2 county fire trucks and a police SUV crunching slowly through the snow. A firefighter leaned out, shouting, "Hey, you from the cabin?" Nathan lifted a hand. "Yeah." They bundled him into a blanket, asked questions he barely heard. He mumbled answers. Yes, alone. Yes, it was his uncle's place. No, he didn't know how the fire started. The officer's radio crackled. No secondary structures. Fire confined to main cabin. Still burning hot despite snowpack, Nathan turned to look back. The flames were still that eerie blue-white. One firefighter crossed himself. "Never seen fire hold like that. It's burning down, not up." The officer frowned. "Down into what?" They kept him at the small county station overnight for observation. He slept on a cot in the break room, wrapped in a wool blanket that smelled of smoke and coffee. The lights buzzed softly, comforting in their ordinariness. But the whispers followed him there too, barely audible, hiding in the static hum of the fluorescent bulbs. "Nathan." He sat up, heart thudding. The room was empty. A single lamp flickered by the vending machine. He whispered to the darkness, "You can't be here." The trees miles away. A pause, then faint and patient. "There are roots everywhere." He pressed his palms to his ears until the whisper faded. Morning brought a weak, milky sunlight. An investigator came in with a clipboard. "Cabin still smoldering. We'll need you to come identify the remains." "Remains?" "Furniture, mostly." The man hesitated. "And something else. We found a stairway under the main floor that doesn't show on the plans. Looks old. Hand-carved." Nathan felt cold spread through his chest. "Don't go down there," he said too quickly. "Seal it. Burn it shut." The investigator gave him a curious look. "Already burned, son." But that night, long after they left him alone again, Nathan dreamed of the hollow tree glowing under the snow, its roots spreading like veins toward every town light in the valley. 2 days later, he insisted on returning to the site. The police tape fluttered in the wind. The fire had finally died, or seemed to. The snow had melted in a perfect ring around the ruins, revealing black earth underneath. The cellar hatch was gone, only frozen soil. He stood there a long time, listening. Nothing. No whispers, only the creak of the pines. He almost smiled. Maybe it was finished. Maybe the fire had burned it clean. Then he noticed the smell, faint, sweet, like sap warming in spring. He knelt and brushed the snow aside. The ground beneath his glove was smooth wood, not soil. A single ring pattern curved beneath the frost, like the grain of a tree trunk. He pressed his hand to it. It pulsed once, slowly, like a heartbeat answering his own. Nathan jerked back. The snow had already started to cover the mark again, hiding it as though nothing had been there. The forest whispered one last time, soft enough that he could almost pretend it was the wind. "See you when the thaw comes." Nathan turned and walked away without looking back. He didn't run. He didn't shout. He just kept moving until the whispering was gone, and the trees thinned, and the world began again. Ordinary, bright, uncaring. But in his pocket, where he thought he'd left nothing, his fingers brushed paper. The photograph. The image had changed. The cabin was gone. Only the hollow tree remained, and someone, tall, thin, indistinct, stood beside it, holding a lantern that burned blue-white. Beneath it, new handwriting had appeared in the same looping script as the journal. "Greater than the fire never dies. It just waits for wood." Nathan dropped the photo and walked faster, not seeing that the snow around his footprints stayed perfectly unmelted, no matter how warm the sun grew. Nathan never meant to stay away for a whole year. He told himself he'd only go far enough to forget the forest sound. But forgetting isn't the same as leaving. He rented a small apartment in the city, took a job fixing computers, and kept the curtains open even at night. Anything to make sure there were no corners for whispers to hide in. For months, it almost worked. Then the phone started ringing at 2 a.m. Each time there was no voice, only a soft hiss like wind moving through pine needles. He changed his number twice. The calls always found him again. He stopped answering. Winter again. The first snow of the next year fell early. Nathan woke to the smell of pine sap coming through his heater vents. He went to the window and saw 3 needles pressed against the glass, as if a branch had grown overnight. He whispered, "Not again." That morning he bought a train ticket back north. He didn't know if he was running toward the forest or away from it, only that the waiting had become worse than whatever waited for him there. 2. Return. The road to the old property had been plowed. A realtor's sign leaned crookedly near the turnoff. Parcel number 47, available for development. No cabin remained, just a low field of snow, smooth and pale. The pines around the clearing stood taller than he remembered, their trunks black against the white. Nathan walked to the center of the field. He found the place where the hatch had been by instinct, as if his feet remembered for him. He knelt and brushed the snow away. Underneath, the ground was not wood this time, just soil, cold, ordinary. He exhaled. It's over. The wind shifted. Somewhere deep in the forest, something exhaled back. 3. The new house. Months later, the first construction crew arrived. They poured foundations, set walls, and by midsummer, a bright modern cabin stood where the old one had burned. Nathan had sold the land for almost nothing. He told himself it would close the circle. But sometimes at night he dreamed of the workers' voices muffled under the snow, their laughter turning into whispering. He dreamed of nails bending, saws stopping mid-cut, the faint hum of the earth beneath their boots. He woke with the taste of ash in his mouth. 4. The letter. One morning, a plain envelope arrived with no return address. Inside was a single photograph. The new cabin, finished. Windows bright, smoke curling from the chimney. In the foreground, a man, woman, and small boy waving at the camera. A happy family. But in the reflection of the window behind them stood Nathan, lantern in hand, watching. He dropped the photo, heart thudding. His phone buzzed, a news alert. Greater than small electrical fire damages new home on Hollow Road. Family unharmed. He didn't open the article. He already knew what it would say. Fire contained to subfloor. Source unknown. Still burning hot despite snowpack. 5. The last visit he returned one final time in early spring. The forest smelled of thaw and rot. The snow gone except in the shadows. Where the new cabin had stood was only a shallow depression of blackened soil. The realtors had pulled their sign down. Nathan walked until he found the hollow tree. It was smaller now, its bark pale and brittle. The split down its center had closed almost completely, leaving only a narrow seam. He placed his hand against it. You remember, don't you? The bark was cool, solid, lifeless. Birds called overhead. For the first time in years, he felt the forest breathe normally. He turned to leave. Then faintly from behind him, "Thank you." He spun back. The seam in the bark was gone, smooth as untouched wood. He waited a long time, but the tree said nothing more. 6. 1 year later, Nathan lives by the sea now. He works on boats, fixes radios, keeps his hands busy. Salt air has replaced the scent of pine. Sometimes when the wind comes from the north, he hears the faint rustle of needles, not whispering, just wind. He listens without fear, He knows now that the forest never wanted him to die. It only wanted to be remembered. 7. The postcard. Every December, a postcard arrives at his mailbox with no stamp. Each shows the same thing: a snow-covered clearing and a single tree standing at its center. On the back, the same message, always in the same looping hand. We're still whispering, but softer now. Nathan keeps them in a drawer. He doesn't answer. Some things you acknowledge only by silence. That winter, on the first heavy snow, he walks down to the shore and lights a small candle in a glass jar. The flame shivers but doesn't go out. He whispers into the wind, "Rest." Far away, deep in some unseen forest, 1,000 pines sway once in unison, like a breath drawn and released. The sound is almost like words, but not quite. It's enough. Welcome, sleepy soul. Tonight I am your storyteller, your guide through shadows and whispers. Here in the dark corners of imagination, every creak, every shadow, and every whisper has a story to tell. Welcome to Creepytalks, where the night never ends and the tales are waiting for you. I never believed a place could have a memory. People, yes. Objects, maybe. But houses were just wood and cement, or so I thought, until Winterwell. My name is Arjun Mehra, and in 2019, I bought a house that no one else wanted. It stood at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, away from the city's clutter. Tall oak trees surrounded it like guardians, or jailers. The neighborhood felt peaceful, almost staged. Small manicured lawns, old stone fences, pastel-colored homes. But Winterwell House number 37 looked wrong. It wasn't run down. That would have been easier to explain. Instead, it was perfect, unnaturally so. Clean white walls, windows that gleamed, tiles that looked recently polished. Everything too pristine, like someone kept preparing it, waiting. The real estate agent, a middle-aged woman with nervous eyes, hurried through the showing as if she feared the walls were listening. "It's been vacant for 6 years," she said. "Why?" I asked. She paused, lips tightening. "Families don't stay long, but legally I can't say more." That should have been my cue to walk away, but something about the house pulled me in. The floors didn't creak. The air felt still, heavy, like the silence before rain. The staircase spiraled up in smooth dark wood. Rooms were airy and bright. The kitchen had a long window that overlooked the back garden, a small patch of land wrapped in ivy. Nothing unusual, yet every hair on my arm stood up. The price was ridiculously low. I convinced myself it was a steal. I signed the papers. The first night on moving day, the house seemed almost eager. Sunlight spilled through every window. Boxes stacked neatly in the living room. I worked alone, sweating, humming to fill the silence. The electricity had been turned on for me. Still, the house felt cold. Not just cool, cold. I turned on the heater, no change. By evening, fog sank outside, swallowing the street. I microwaved leftover dal and sat on the floor to eat. I felt like something was watching me. A prickling sensation crawled on my neck. Every now and then, I glanced toward the staircase. I kept thinking someone was standing at the top. When I finally fell asleep on the mattress on the floor, the house exhaled in groans. Wood settling, pipes sighing. Typical, I told myself. But then, tap, tap, tap. I shot up. It came from the upstairs hallway. Soft, rhythmic, persistent. I held my breath. The tapping stopped. I told myself it was the heater or the pipes, buried myself beneath the blanket, and somehow drifted into uneasy sleep. The photograph. The next morning I unpacked, skimming through old belongings. In one box I found a small envelope I didn't recognize. No writing, no stamp, just sealed. Curious, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph, a family of three, a man, a woman, and a young girl, smiling, standing in front of my house. House number 37 visible behind them. The girl held a yellow balloon. I checked the back. A single word inked in neat handwriting. Welcome. A chill spread through me. My first thought, some kind of joke from the previous owner. But that didn't explain how it ended up inside my moving box. I left it on the kitchen counter and tried to forget it. Voices in the air around noon. I heard faint laughter from upstairs. A girl's. Light and echoing, like a bell. But I was alone. I froze, listening. Nothing. I called out, "Hello?" No reply. The staircase waited, dark even in daylight. I climbed, step by shaky step. The upper hallway was empty. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, all silent. I opened each door. Nothing. But in the 3rd bedroom, the smallest, the air was freezing, breath fog visible. At the far wall, wallpaper had peeled slightly, exposing bare plaster. Beneath it, faint markings, lines as if a child had scratched on the wall. I reached out to pull the paper back. The moment I touched it, a sharp thud shook the wall. I stumbled back. Heart hammering, I stared. The wall fell silent. I hesitated, then left the room, shutting the door. As I walked away, I heard faint whispering behind it. I pretended not to. Night 2, I slept badly. Again. Sometime past midnight, I woke to soft footsteps upstairs. Slow, barefoot, moving from one end of the hallway to the other. I sat up, muscles tight. Then silence. I waited. My mind battled itself. Investigate or hide? I chose to investigate. The old wooden stairs were colder than ice. Each step felt heavier than the last. Halfway up, I realized the footsteps had returned. Above me this time. Pacing, I reached the top. The hallway was dark. Too dark. I tapped the switch. The lights flickered, then steadied. Empty. But from the 3rd bedroom came a soft sobbing. A child's sob. That same cold dread from yesterday gripped my spine. I reached the door and slowly turned the knob. Inside, the temperature dropped instantly. Frost webbed the window. And in the corner sat a small wooden music box I had never seen before. Its lid slowly opened by itself. A lullaby began playing. Soft, broken. No child. Just the box. I felt a force behind me, like someone standing too close, breathing against my neck. I spun. Nothing. The music box slowed and stopped. I backed out of the room and slammed the door, my breath fogging. I didn't sleep again. The man next door. The following morning, I stepped outside just to breathe normal air. My neighbor, a gray-haired man with sunken cheeks, was tending his roses. He noticed me and hurried over, eyes sharp. "You bought that house?" he asked, voice rough. "Yes." He hesitated, gripping his rake. "You should leave." My heart skipped. "Why?" But his gaze shifted to the windows of my house, uneasy. "Just don't be there after dark," he whispered. Before I could question him, he walked away, refusing to look back. I stood there, feeling the trees watching. That evening when I returned inside, the photograph on the kitchen counter had changed. It still showed the family, the same man, woman, girl. But now, the girl's balloon was gone, and in her little hand, she held a music box, the same one upstairs. And on the back, someone had written a new word beneath the first, "We're here." I dropped the photo, hands trembling. Then, from upstairs, the lullaby began to play again. Slow, sad, calling, and this time, a voice whispered my name. Arjun. The moment I heard my name whispered, every instinct screamed at me to run. Instead, I stood frozen, staring at the staircase as the lullaby drifted downward, delicate and broken, like someone dragging a music box through water. Arjun! The voice came again, faint, breathy, unmistakably a child's. I backed toward the front door, fingers shaking as they found the lock. Something inside me said, "If you open it, you won't get out." I stopped. The music faded. Silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. I forced myself to breathe. I needed logic, a reason. "I'm imagining this," I whispered. "I'm tired." It sounded weak, even to me. The house disagreed. A soft patter of feet descended the stairs. Slow, dragging steps on wood. I stepped away, my back against the wall. The footsteps stopped halfway down. Silence. I lifted my eyes toward the stairs. Someone small stood there. A child. A little girl, maybe 6 or 7, wearing a faded white dress that looked too old for modern times. Her hair hung messily over her face, hiding her expression. She held something in her hands, clutched to her chest. The music box. I couldn't move. My voice felt trapped. She tilted her head, and I saw a single dark eye peering through the hair. It didn't look human. Too hollow. Too cold. "Play with me," she whispered. The lights flickered violently, buzzing like angry flies. And then, the hall plunged into darkness. I bolted, slamming my shoulder into the front door. It wouldn't budge. Locked, stuck. I twisted the knob until my skin burned. Nothing. Behind me, the girl giggled, soft, delighted. The air grew colder. My breath fogged as I whispered, "Please." The house answered by going still. Dead still. Then, click. The door unlocked on its own. I didn't think. I threw it open and sprinted into the night air, tripping down the porch steps. Gravel stabbed my palms, but I kept running across the yard and onto the street. I didn't stop until I reached the neighbor's house. I banged on the door. "Please, open, please." The lights inside flicked on. The gray-haired man appeared, looking half terrified, half unsurprised. He opened the door and grabbed my arm, pulling me inside. "You saw her," he said, voice shaking. I nodded, still gasping for breath. His face fell. "I told you, you shouldn't be there after dark." The neighbor's warning. His name was Thomas Hale. He handed me a blanket and tea, and we sat in his living room. The place looked old, filled with mismatched furniture and framed paintings of people I didn't recognize. "You're the third," he said quietly. My throat tightened. "Third what?" "Third person to run here after seeing the girl." My mouth went dry. He continued, staring into his mug. "The family in the photo. They lived there before you, and the ones before them. They left things behind. They all do. What happened to them?" He didn't answer right away. "People disappear from that house," he finally said. "The family before last vanished. No trace. The police called it a getaway, but they left everything they owned, even their wallets. And the ones after." He looked away, voice barely above a whisper. "They escaped, but the father was never the same. Spoke in riddles. Said the house remembers. Said it feeds." A chill slid through my spine. "What does it want?" I asked. Thomas shook his head. "No one knows. Some say the house takes what it lost. Some say it chooses." I thought of the girl, her hollow eye, her whisper. "Why didn't anyone warn me?" He sighed. "Because no one believes us. We tried. The agents call us crazy, superstitious. They want to sell the house, so they pretend." My hands tightened around the mug. "So what do I do?" Thomas looked at me with pity. Don't go back. A hopeless laugh escaped me. Everything I own is there. He didn't blink. Things can be replaced. You can't. I slept in his guest room that night, or tried to. But every time I closed my eyes, I heard the faint lullaby replaying, looping behind my thoughts. Back inside, morning sunlight made everything feel embarrassingly harmless. I convinced myself I'd exaggerated things in the dark. Thomas begged me not to return alone. I promised I wouldn't. I lied. By noon, I was standing in my driveway staring at the house. It looked perfectly normal. Bright, still, innocent. Too innocent. I stepped inside. The silence was heavy but not hostile. I didn't know if that comforted me or scared me more. Everything looked exactly as I'd left it, except the photograph. It now lay in the center of the living room floor. The girl still held the music box, but her head was turned toward me, staring straight at the camera, and her smile stretched too wide. I swallowed hard, picked up the picture, and shoved it into a drawer without looking again. I reminded myself I was here only to pack. I grabbed boxes and hurried upstairs. The hallway was silent. The third bedroom door was closed. I didn't plan to enter it, but as I passed, the smell of cold earth seeped from the gap beneath the door, and something scraped softly inside, like fingernails on wood. I backed away. My bedroom was safer, bright, untouched. I threw clothes into suitcases, not caring if they wrinkled. As I stuffed things in, something tugged lightly on my shirt. I spun. Nothing. Silence. Then a whisper from behind me. "Don't go!" I grabbed my suitcase and ran. Down the hallway, down the stairs, and froze. The front door was wide open. Wind chilled the entryway. Beyond the door, the world looked oddly distant, gray, blurred, as if viewed through a warped lens. Standing in the doorway was the girl. This time I saw her fully. Her skin was pale, bruised blue at the fingertips. A thin slice of red stained her neck, like something had been wrapped tightly around it. Her eyes, both visible now, didn't shine. They absorbed light. She tilted her head slowly, hair slipping off her shoulder. "Stay with us." Her voice layered, not one but many, men, women, children. I stepped back, shaking. "No," I whispered. She smiled, that same too-wide smile, and extended the music box in her hands. It clicked open. The lullaby began, slow at first, then warping, notes bending, twisting into something jagged and wrong. The house groaned. Doors slammed upstairs. A deep rumbling rose beneath the floorboards, shaking the walls. The air thickened, pressing against my lungs. The girl took one step toward me, then another. Behind her, silhouettes formed in the fog outside. Tall, thin shapes standing motionless, heads bowed. Dozens, maybe more. Watching. My body trembled uncontrollably. She whispered again, a soft echo crawling beneath my skin. "We've been waiting." And the front door slammed shut. Lights died. Darkness swallowed me whole. Darkness. I couldn't see my hands, my feet, the walls. Nothing. Only the faint, distorted lullaby twisting through the black. I groped for my phone. My fingers shook so hard I dropped it. The music warped into something metallic, scraping at the inside of my skull. Breathe. Just breathe. A faint blue glow flickered near the staircase, like moonlight leaking through water. Slowly, shapes emerged from the dark. Not furniture, not shadows. People. Dozens of translucent figures lined the hallway, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their faces were blurred, smudged like paint in rain, but their eyes shone like wet marbles. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. In the center of them stood the little girl, her music box still churning its broken lullaby. Stay, she whispered, voice layered, vibrating. I stumbled backward, but the house felt wrong. Stretched, warped, like space itself had twisted. My hand brushed against the wall, cold, damp. Suddenly the floor shuddered beneath me. A groan rumbled up through the house, deep and mournful, like something breathing just beneath the wood. The portraits on the wall trembled, each frame rattling in its place. The girl blinked once, slow, mechanical. Down, she murmured. The floorboards beneath my feet split. I fell. The basement that didn't exist. I crashed onto hard earth, soil and rotting leaves. It smelled wet, sour, ancient. Groaning, I pushed myself up. The only light came from a small, flickering bulb hanging from a wire above. It wasn't enough to see much. Only that the basement was massive, deeper than it should be. The ceiling soared high above like a cavern, but the house didn't have a basement. I'd asked the agent, I'd checked the plans, yet here I was. Dirt covered the ground. Roots dangled from the ceiling like dead fingers. In the shadows, I saw shapes. Piles, maybe? I crawled closer, heart pounding. Not piles. Toys, broken dolls, rusted tricycles, a one-eyed teddy bear, puzzle pieces, wooden blocks, all scattered across the dirt like the remains of forgotten childhoods. A chill ran through me. I reached for a small doll lying face down. The moment my fingers brushed it, a voice whispered in my ear, breath cold. "He lost me." I flung it away, scrambling back. My breath came fast, shaky. Something moved at the far end of the basement, slow, dragging. Footsteps. I crouched low, watching. From the darkness, a figure emerged. A man, or what used to be one. His body was thin, starved, his limbs bent wrong, like they'd been broken and healed badly. His skin hung loose, gray, and his head jerked with each step. His eyes, sunken, glassy, stared without seeing. He crawled more than walked, dragging a chain around his ankle that scraped against stone. A half scream clawed up my throat. His jaw unhinged slightly as he rasped, "Where is she?" I backed away slowly. He crept closer, sniffing the air like an animal. "She was here. She was." His fingers grazed the dirt, digging, desperate. "She wanted the music. She wanted—" The lullaby echoed through the cavern, louder now. The man froze. His head snapped upward. "No! No! No!" He scrambled back into the darkness, wailing. Silence swallowed his cries. My heart hammered painfully. I scanned the basement for an exit. Then, something grabbed my ankle. I screamed, kicking wildly. My foot connected with something soft. A groan followed. I crawled into the shadows, pressing myself against a dirt wall. The bulb flickered and died. Pitch black. I fumbled for my phone again, hands shaking, wiping dirt from the screen. It lit for a moment, enough to show me the wall. And on it, children's drawings, dozens, maybe hundreds, drawn directly onto the earth and stone. Crude figures holding hands, smiling faces, balloons, animals, and always, a house, my house. Stick figure families stood before the same tall, white house, drawn over and over, different families, but the same building. Some of the drawings had black X's through the parents. Others had only the house. No people at all. Then I saw a figure drawn repeatedly, always beside the house. A little girl with long hair, the same child. Beneath one drawing, in shaky handwriting, were 4 words. She took us all. My phone flickered, then died. Before I could move, something whispered behind me. So close I felt its breath. "Arjun!" I spun. Nothing. Feet sinking into damp soil, I ran blindly, hands outstretched. The darkness pressed around me, suffocating, swallowing every sound. Then, a faint glow ahead. I stumbled toward it. A single wooden door stood in the earth, half buried. Old, rotting. It shouldn't be here. But the light seeped from beneath it, faint like a candle dying. I grabbed the rusted handle and pulled. The door creaked open. Inside, a narrow tunnel stretched forward, lined with old wooden beams. The glow came from far ahead, flickering like a heartbeat. I stepped in. The air grew colder. A slow drip echoed through the passage. My fingers brushed the beam beside me, splinters and something sticky. I wiped my hand on my jeans, refusing to wonder what it was. As I crept farther, I heard it, crying, soft, childlike. It echoed through the tunnel, aching and lonely. I followed it. Around a bend, the tunnel widened into a small room. In the center sat the girl, knees to chest, face buried in her arms. The music box rested beside her, silent now. She looked human, fragile. "Hey," I whispered, voice trembling. "Are you hurt?" She didn't move. I took a cautious step closer. "What's your name?" Slowly she lifted her head. Her face was streaked with dirt. Her eyes, no longer hollow, looked glassy with tears. "They won't let me leave," she whispered. I swallowed. "Who won't?" She pointed behind me. I turned. The tunnel was gone. Only black walls, seamless, solid. No exit. I spun back toward the girl, but she was standing now, silent, trembling. Her eyes darkened, swallowing all light. "They're here." The music box sprang open on its own, the lullaby exploding into the chamber. Louder than ever, distorted into screams woven into melody. The ground trembled, hands burst from the walls, dozens, clawing out of the dirt, reaching, grabbing. Thin, skeletal hands, children's hands, adult hands, all covered in soil. They pulled themselves free. Bodies emerged, eyes hollow, mouths open in soundless terror. The girl's face twisted into a nightmare grin. "You belong here!" The hands surged toward me. I screamed. There was no sensation of falling, just a sudden end to the world, as if someone cut reality from under me. I landed on something soft, soil maybe, but my hands sank deeper than they should, like the earth was swallowing me. I scrambled upright, panting. My fingers brushed against something smooth. I thought it was stone. It wasn't. I yanked my hand away. It was a skull. A low groan drifted around me, not from one direction, but everywhere, echoing, like the earth itself was mourning. Dim light pushed back the dark. A sickly glow pulsed from the ground, illuminating a cavern far larger than the basement above. The soil was packed with bones, human bones, tangled like roots. Some still wore scraps of clothing. Some still had hair. My stomach lurched. I wasn't standing in dirt. I was standing on graves. My breath came out broken. "God, help!" The light pulsed again, and I saw movement, not shadows, bodies, half buried, writhing gently, as if restless in sleep. Their chests didn't rise. Their mouths didn't open, but their fingers twitched, clawing weakly at the earth, as though trying to climb out or pull me in. I forced myself to step carefully between them, searching for a wall, a passage, anything not made of death. The soft echo of a cry drifted through the cavern. A child, sobbing. It came from ahead, the sound bouncing off bones and stone. I followed. The ground sloped downward and the bones thinned, replaced by thick roots coated with dark sap. They twisted like veins, pulsing softly. The sobbing grew clearer. As I rounded a stone pillar, I froze. A girl, not the same ghostly child, sat curled near the wall, hugging her knees. Maybe 14 or 15, wearing muddy jeans and a tattered hoodie, her face streaked with tears and dirt. She was alive. "Hey," I whispered. "Hey, I'm here to help you." She flinched, eyes wide with terror. "No, no! You shouldn't be here. You shouldn't." I raised my hands. "It's okay. We'll find a way out." She shook violently. "There is no way out. She won't let us go." "She?" I whispered. The girl's gaze slid over my shoulder. She went still. I turned. The familiar child, the one in the white dress, stood among the roots. Only now her face was wrong. Not the broken sadness, not the hollow eyes. This time she looked furious. Her little hands clenched. Roots twitched behind her feet, rising like snakes. "She found you," the older girl whispered. "Now she keeps you." The music box in the child's hand snapped open. The lullaby, warped and shrieking, tore through the cavern. The ground convulsed. Roots exploded upward, wrapping around limbs, ribs, skulls, dragging the dead deeper. I grabbed the older girl's arm. "Run!" We bolted, sprinting through the cavern as the earth quaked. The child didn't move. She just watched us flee, her grin widening, black eyes gleaming. Roots ripped through the soil behind us, hungry. We ran, but the cavern stretched endlessly. Too large, too deep. There was nowhere to go. Ahead, a narrow crack split the stone wall, just wide enough to squeeze through. "There!" I shouted. We dove inside as roots smashed into the rock behind us, screeching like metal under strain. The passage was tight, pitch dark. We crawled on hands and knees, the stones scraping clothing and skin. Behind us, the lullaby's warped melody seeped through the cracks, trying to follow us like a voice that didn't need space to travel. "Who are you?" I whispered. The girl panted beside me. "My name is Mira." "How long have you been here?" Her voice cracked. "I don't know." "Days, maybe weeks," she swallowed. "I only came to find my little sister. We were playing outside, and she just vanished." I felt cold sink into my bones. "The house?" She nodded. "She was near the gate. Then she was gone." I followed footprints, into the yard. And then I woke up here. The passage sloped down sharply. I gripped the stone to keep from sliding. "Have you seen her?" I asked. Mira trembled. "I think so. I hear her singing sometimes, but I can't get to her. The house won't let me." We crawled into silence until the passage widened into another chamber. This one wasn't filled with bones. It was filled with furniture. Children's beds, tiny tables, broken chairs, rocking horses, cribs, all buried in dust. Some pieces looked new. Others could have been decades old. Toys were scattered everywhere. A child's room, multiplied 100 times. "Why would this be here?" I breathed. Mira whispered. "She keeps what she takes." At the far end of the chamber stood a door. Wrong. Familiar. It was the same door to the third bedroom in my house, even the peeling paint. My heart pounded. "We go through," I said. Mira grabbed my wrist. "No, that room is hers," I swallowed. "We can't stay here." Footsteps whispered behind us. Soft, bare feet on dirt. We turned. The little girl stood at the passage entrance, music box slowly rotating. The lullaby sputtered, then bled into harsh static. She stepped into the chamber. Dozens of toys snapped upright, turning to face her. Mechanical, possessed. Her eyes locked onto mine. "You came back," she said softly. Mira squeezed my arm so tight her nails dug into my skin. "I didn't mean to," I stammered. "Yes, you did." Her head tilted. "You heard us." The toys began to twitch, heads jerking, limbs popping, glass eyes spinning. Broken dolls twisted into grotesque shapes, porcelain faces cracking. "You should have stayed," the girl whispered. I took a step toward the door. She mirrored me, step for step. "You were chosen." The toys crawled now, dragging themselves across the floor with jerky motions. My pulse thundered. I grabbed Mira's hand and ran. The girl screamed, a shrill, unnatural sound that rattled the air. Toys leapt, clawing at our legs, tearing fabric, scraping skin. We fought through them, kicking, stumbling. We reached the door, slammed into it, locked. "No, no, please," Mira sobbed. The girl's voice slithered behind us. "You're part of us now." I spun, grabbing a broken chair leg from the floor. I raised it like a weapon. The child's eyes burned black. Roots erupted through the stone floor. One wrapped Mira's ankle. She screamed as it yanked her backward. "Mira!" I lunged, grabbing her arms. The root tightened, dragging her toward the child. Dirt exploded. Toys flung aside. More roots sprouted, crawling over her legs, torso, binding her. "Let her go!" The girl's grin spread wider than skin should allow. "They always fight." The roots dragged Mira into the darkness. She shrieked until the sound choked off, swallowed by earth. I was alone. The child stepped closer. "One more." I raised the chair leg to strike. She whispered, "The house remembers you." Before I could swing, the floor collapsed, and I plunged into deeper dark. There was no sound while falling, only pressure, like sinking underwater. Then I slammed onto cold stone. Pain burst through my shoulder. I groaned, rolling onto my back. My breath came in sharp jolts as I tried to understand where I was. The darkness retreated slowly, replaced by a pale gray glow. I was in a corridor, long, narrow. Stone walls stretched in both directions, floor damp beneath me. Above, thick beams ran like ribs through the ceiling. The air was still, too still. No wind, no life. Yet I felt watched. I stood, wincing, and started down the corridor. My footsteps echoed. Then, another echo answered. Not mine. I froze. A figure stepped into the dim glow ahead. A man, tall, gaunt, dressed in a white shirt stained with dirt. His hair hung loose around his face. His eyes were blank. He stared, unmoving. "Hello?" My voice cracked. He tilted his head, slow, like the child. "You came back," he whispered. Something familiar about him. The face. The father from the photo. The one standing with the smiling woman and child. The man didn't smile now. I saw your picture," I stammered. "In the house." His lips twitched. "They welcomed you too." "Where's your family?" "Your daughter?" His eyes flickered with pain. Or rage. I couldn't tell. "She took them." His voice cracked. "The house keeps what it wants." His stare burrowed into me. "You shouldn't have come." "I didn't know." "No one knows," he whispered. "Not until they hear her." "The girl?" He shook his head violently. "Not a girl. She isn't a child. She only wears one." I felt the air tighten. "What is she?" He stepped closer, breath trembling. "She was the first." That hung in the air, confusing, heavy. "The first what?" He seemed to struggle for words. "The house was built for her. Or maybe she built it. No one remembers now. She brings them in. She keeps them with her." His voice lowered. "She feeds." I felt the corridor closing in around us. "I need to get out," I said. His eyes softened, almost pitying. "There is no out." "No, there must be. You are here. You're not dead." He blinked slowly. "Not alive. Not dead. We are the dreaming ones." Those who tried to leave, he raised his hand. The skin of his palm was covered in dark symbols. Circles, lines, spirals burned deep. This keeps me from becoming hers, he whispered. I stared. What, what does that mean? He stepped closer, lowering his voice. The house doesn't just want bodies. It wants your mind, your memories, your guilt. It becomes you. You become it. He leaned in. Once you forget your name, you belong to her forever. I shivered. He looked suddenly terrified, eyes darting to the darkness behind me. She is coming. My body froze. He backed away. You must run. I didn't need telling twice. I sprinted down the corridor. My footsteps pounded, heartbeat roaring. Behind me, I heard the man whisper, "Don't forget who you are." Then, silence. I kept running until the corridor split into two. Left, pitch black. Right, dim light flickering. I chose the light. The tunnel sloped upward, ceiling lowering until I had to crouch. Roots snaked across the floor, pulsing faintly. A whisper followed me. Arjun, her voice. Closer I crawled faster, heart slamming against my ribs. The tunnel widened into a small chamber. A single lantern flickered on a wooden table. The glow lit a cluster of objects laid out neatly. A child's shoe, a wedding ring, a broken pair of glasses, a rusted pocket watch, a locket. Inside the locket was a picture of the man from the corridor, with the woman and little girl, the same family. The watch ticked slowly, though its glass was shattered. Each item had a tag tied to it. Names, dates, dozens scattered across the floor, all ending with no return. I backed away, shaking. A soft creak sounded behind me. I turned. A door stood at the far wall, old, rotting, unnatural here underground. It matched the hallway doors upstairs. I stepped toward it, hesitating. If this was the same house, I could be closer to escape, or deeper inside the nightmare. The lantern dimmed. From the tunnel came dragging footsteps. Closer, I grabbed the lantern, clutching it with both hands, and threw the door open. Darkness waited, thick and silent. The footsteps quickened. No choice. I ran inside and slammed the door behind me. The room's that shift. The room was familiar, my living room, or a version of it. The arrangement was wrong. Walls slightly too tall, windows crooked, colors muted, like painted from memory. The TV was on, but the screen showed only static. The couch was there, but coated in a thin film of dust. From upstairs, faint humming drifted down. A child's voice, the same lullaby, slow, sweet, deadly. I backed toward the door, but it was gone. No seam, no handle, just solid wall. My breath hitched. Think, I whispered. Think. The humming grew closer. I scanned the room. The photograph lay on the coffee table. The same family, father, mother, girl. But this time, only the mother and father stood smiling. The child was gone. I lifted the photo with trembling hands. Words were scrawled across the back. Don't trust her. The humming stopped. Silence. Then, a soft patter of feet above, coming down the stairs. I pressed myself against the wall. The footsteps reached the bottom step. Paused. Slowly. A woman stepped into the room. The mother from the picture. Her eyes were wide, pupils huge and black. Her smile trembled on her lips. Too strained, too desperate. You came back, she whispered. I swallowed. I'm trying to leave. Her head twitched, fast, jerky. No leaving, she said. It hurts her. Who? She wants to play. Her voice cracked. We all play. She stepped closer, skin pale, veins dark beneath. Maybe if you stay, she whispered, she'll let me go. Her face twisted, hopeful, pleading, broken. I don't, I began. She screamed. So loud I dropped the lantern. It shattered. Sparks died. Darkness swallowed us. Her hands reached for me, cold, trembling. Then, the room lit with blue glow. The little girl stood behind her. Her hand rested on the woman's shoulder. The woman went still, silent, her eyes filled with tears. "Please," she mouthed. The girl's smile widened, and the woman collapsed. Like strings cut, her body hit the floor, empty, hollow. I stumbled back, choking. The girl turned to me, music box humming softly. "You're almost ours." I bolted toward the hallway, only to crash into a wall. No door, no exit. The house shifted, walls folded, stretched, bent like soft clay. The girl's footsteps echoed, slow, certain, trapping me. My thoughts spiraled. The father's warning, "Don't forget who you are," I whispered to myself. "My name is Arjun Mehra. I live, I live, I live." The house trembled. The girl hissed. I screamed it. "Arjun Mehra!" The wall rippled, and a door appeared. I didn't question. I ran through it, and the world changed again. I stumbled through the doorway and fell into damp earth. Soil packed beneath my palms. An acrid, mold-sweet smell filled my lungs. The air here was colder, almost winter-like. When I lifted my head, I saw faint, sickly light filtering through the roots hanging above me like tangled veins. I was in a forest cellar, a hollow beneath the ground. Roots twisted everywhere, pulsing slowly like living muscle. The door behind me was gone. I stood, shaky, brushing mud from my clothes. The dirt beneath my feet felt soft, too soft, like something moved inside it. Far ahead, a faint glow flickered, like candlelight. I crept toward it. The space opened wider, ceiling higher, roots thicker. Some roots were carved with symbols, the same ones burned into the Father's hand. A shiver rippled across my skin. As I moved deeper, I found 3 wooden chairs arranged around a wooden table, all facing outward as though watching the darkness. Each chair held a figure. I froze. Their bodies were dry, gray, nearly mummified, but their clothes were intact. A woman in a sari, a man in construction overalls, a young teenage boy. Their faces were frozen in terror, mouths slightly open. Their hands were tied to the chairs by roots that pierced their wrists like needles. I felt bile rise. A whisper drifted between them. "Help us!" Their lips hadn't moved. I stepped closer, breath shaking. The boy's head suddenly jerked, eyes snapping open, milky and unfocused. I gasped, stumbling back. His voice was a faint croak. "Leave!" The woman's head twitched next. "Run!" She choked. The man's words came last. Nothing but rasping air. "She listens." The roots tightened around them, like warning. I stepped away slowly, heart pounding. From behind the figures, a soft drip, drip, drip echoed. Red liquid trickled down a huge root trunk that pierced the ceiling, descending into the earth like an ancient tree limb. Blood. The trunk pulsed, alive. My instincts screamed to run. I backed away, but the boy spoke again, louder, straining. "Don't look at her!" A cold breath slid across my neck. I turned. Nothing. Then, a face emerged beside me, half-formed in the roots, like flesh grown wrong. A little girl's face, her mouth shaped an impossible grin, stretching too far. "Found you," she whispered. I lurched backward, tripping over a chair. The seated woman shrieked, voice splitting the air. "Go!" Their bodies convulsed violently, as though trying to distract her. Seizing the moment, I sprinted toward the faint glow ahead. Roots whipped against my legs, slicing skin. I bit back a scream, running faster. The tunnel grew narrower. Roots scraped my shoulders, trying to hold me. Ahead, a ladder. Wood. Old. Shaking. I climbed without hesitation. The girl's voice echoed behind me. You can't climb away. I didn't look back. Hands shaking, I climbed. Higher, higher. Light grew brighter overhead. A hatch. I shoved it open and burst into a dark room. The air was stale, dust thick. Cobwebs clung to my shirt. I pulled myself up and slammed the hatch closed. Silence. No voice. No humming. Just my own ragged breath. I rose slowly, eyes adjusting. It looked like an attic. Boxes stacked high. Old trunks. Broken picture frames. Sheets draped over forgotten furniture. The moon shone through a small round window behind me. I moved toward it, desperate for real sky. Outside, the neighborhood. Winterwell Road. Normal. Silent. Empty. I could see my car. Only a few meters away on the street. Hope surged. There was no latch on the window, just a simple lock. I twisted it. Rust resisted, then gave way. I pushed the window open. Cold air rushed in. Real air. My pulse raced. I could escape. I put a leg on the sill. A whisper lifted from behind me. Arjun. I froze. The room darkened, moonlight twisting into shadow. Slowly I turned. A figure stood at the far end of the attic. Slumped, shaking. Not the girl. Someone taller. He stepped forward. I recognized him instantly. The father. But he was wrong. His eyes were gone, empty sockets. His skin was marked with the same symbols, carved deep, bleeding black sap. Roots sprouted from his back, trailing behind him like twitching tails. His mouth opened unnaturally wide. You forgot, he gurgled. I shook my head. No, I remembered. I said my name. He lifted a trembling finger, pointing toward the open window. Not enough, he whispered. She is always between you and the door. His chest shuddered. Roots jerked him like a puppet. She knows you want to leave. I glanced at the open night, so close. He staggered closer, dripping black. I tried, he whispered. I tried to save them. But she took them piece by piece. Now, Roots snapped tight. His body jerked upright. A child's voice came through his mouth. You're mine. I backed toward the window. I won't stay, I hissed. He lurched forward impossibly fast. I jumped. Halfway through the window, his hand gripped my ankle. Roots slithered up his wrist, binding us together. Black veins crawled up my skin. I screamed, kicking wildly. His empty sockets stared into me, grief buried in endless dark. Don't, he whispered, voice his own again, just for a heartbeat. Don't end like me. His grip loosened. I tore my leg free and fell. Cold air rushed around me, weightless, helpless, until the ground hit hard. Everything went white. My breath knocked out. My head spun. The sky above was the same dark canvas of stars. The attic window loomed above. I could hear nothing. I pushed myself up, dazed. My leg burned where his fingers had touched. Black marks crawling under the skin, faint but spreading. No time. I staggered as fast as I could toward the car. Just a few steps more. The house lights flickered on. Every window glowed. Silhouettes stood in each one, tall, still, watching, dozens. They turned their heads in perfect unison, toward me. A child's giggle carried through the night. My heart froze. I fumbled with the car door, hands shaking wildly. The lock clicked. I threw myself in, slammed the door, and jammed the key. The engine sputtered, caught, started. Headlights flared, illuminating the house. The front door began to open, slow, inviting. The girl stepped onto the porch, music box in her hand, lullaby chiming. Her voice drifted to me, soft and sweet. You're late. Come home, I floored the accelerator. The tires screamed. The car shot forward. As I passed the house, her face twisted. A mask of hunger, ancient and furious. The windows shattered outward, erupting with dark figures, spilling onto the street, reaching, chasing. I didn't look back. I just drove. Faster, faster, until the house disappeared into shadow. I kept driving long after the road ended, through fields, dirt, darkness, until I could no longer see Winterwell Road. Only then did I stop, breath broken, hands numb. I was free, but my leg, the dark veins were spreading, and faintly, almost too soft to hear, the music box played from inside the car. I was not alone. The music box melody rose from somewhere behind me, soft, sweet, rotting. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly I felt my nails bite into my palms. "No," I whispered. I forced myself to turn. The back seat was empty. No girl, no music box, just shadows. But the song continued. My skin crawled. It wasn't coming from the back seat. It was coming from inside me. A faint vibration trembled beneath my skin, traveling up my leg, the same one the father had grabbed. The black veins pulsed along my calf, glowing faintly in the dark, as though whispering. I swallowed bile. "Think, Arjun. Think." I threw open the car door and stumbled into the night air. The melody faded slightly but didn't stop. My leg throbbed, each beat syncing with the song. Panic clawed at my chest. Far in the distance, the road curved back toward Winterwell. The house was invisible now, swallowed by the night. But I felt it, pulling. I staggered toward a nearby tree and leaned my weight against it. The cold bark grounded me just enough to think. The father's words echoed, "Once you forget your name, you belong to her forever." I whispered to myself, again, "My name is Arjun Mehra. I live, I live." But this time the veins tightened, as if resisting the memory. The music swelled, discordant now, as though the house itself was angry. My breath hitched. "I won't go back," I hissed. The wind sighed. Grass rustled. No answer. But I knew she could hear me. I stumbled onward, away from the road, deeper into the open fields. A faint glow appeared ahead, warm, flickering, a bonfire. For a moment I thought it was a hallucination. But as I limped closer, figures came into view. 6, maybe 7, silhouetted against the flames. They stood in a loose circle, chanting low. Not children, not twisted things. People. Hope flared. I called out, "Hey!" Their heads turned all at once. Somewhere deep inside I expected black eyes and horrible smiles. But instead, they looked terrified. A woman separated from the group and ran toward me. "You!" she shouted. "Don't move!" Her urgency froze me in place. She raised a lantern, shining its light over my body, searching. Her gaze dropped to my leg, to the spreading black veins. Her face drained of color. "Rooted," she whispered. The others hurried over, forming a loose perimeter. One, a tall man with an old scar across his cheek, stepped forward, holding a thick rope with strange symbols painted along it. "Sit," he ordered. I hesitated. "We can help you," the woman said quickly. "If we do nothing, she'll take you." The music inside my leg intensified, faster, hungrier. I lowered myself to the ground. The tall man knelt, wrapping the rope above the infected area. The moment it tightened, I screamed, agony ripping through me. The music faltered, glitched, like a record skipping. Good. The man tightened the rope once more. The veins recoiled slightly, trembling beneath my skin. The woman held my face, forcing my eyes to hers. "What's your name?" "Arjun Mehra." My breath shook. She nodded. "Good. Hold on to that." Behind her, the fire hissed. The others resumed chanting in a language I didn't know. The flames flared green for a moment, then settled. Time seemed to stretch. The tall man stood. That will slow it, he said, but it won't stop it. I swallowed. What is it? That mark means the house touched you, he said. You walked between walls and survived. That was luck, the woman muttered. No, the man said. The house doesn't make mistakes. If it marked him, it wants him. He looked at me and spoke grimly. She has chosen you. My blood ran cold. Chosen me for what? He hesitated. To finish what began when the house was built. I stared at him, lost. I don't know what that means. You will, he said. Soon. I tried to stand, but the woman gently pushed me back down. You need to rest, she said. Dawn is close. Only then did I notice the faint light brightening the eastern horizon. Dawn. I hadn't seen real sunlight since entering Winterwell Road. The chanting faded. The figures lowered their heads and stepped back from the fire. The tall man sat beside me. We're called the Estranged, he said. We tried to leave her once. She didn't let us. You lived there? I asked. He nodded once. Different years. Different families. Same end. And you escaped. His jaw tightened. Some of us. I scanned the group. Their faces were hollow, exhausted, haunted. Some had faint black veins beneath their skin, hidden by bandages. Others clutched talismans carved from wood or bone. How can I stop this? I asked, desperate. You can't stop it, he said. You can only free her. Free her? The girl, he said. She was trapped. Bound. The house was built as her prison, but it twisted, became her body, her world. Now she's no longer child or spirit, not alive, not dead. He paused. She feeds on those who enter, until they forget who they were. Then they become part of her house. I felt sick. What about the father? He said. The man nodded slowly. We knew him. He tried harder than anyone to break her hold. But in the end, he didn't finish. The woman sat beside us. Some say the only way to free her is to burn the root. I remembered the giant pulsing root in the cellar, dripping blood. If she loses the root, the woman continued, she loses her world. Everyone she's taken might be released. Might? I repeated. She looked away. Or she might collapse into everyone she has consumed, binding us forever. And the house? It dies, the tall man said, or becomes something worse. Silence fell. My leg throbbed, musical pulses echoing in my bones. I clenched my fists. I have to try. The man studied me. Most who try never return. Then I'll be the first. He gave a faint, bitter smile. You sound like him. The father? Yes. A strange heaviness filled the air. The tall man stood and extended his hand. If you truly mean to kill the root, he said, you'll need a way back in. The house won't open for you again. Not willingly, I frowned. Then how? We know a hidden entrance, he said. It's how we escaped. The others stirred, fear creeping across their faces. The woman whispered, Elias, you can't. He ignored her. I took his hand. When do we go? He looked toward the brightening sky. Tonight, he said, when the house is hungriest. The woman exhaled shakily, shaking her head. Then pray, she murmured, that she's still sleeping. Dawn bled over the distant hills, pale and hesitant. The flames of the estranged bonfire dimmed to embers, as though the light itself weakened their purpose. Elias, the tall man, motioned for me to sit. The others drifted into loose formations, keeping their distance, like even proximity to me was a danger. Maybe it was. The veins along my leg continued pulsing under the rope, though the beat was slower now, less urgent, more patient. Waiting. I glanced at Elias. Why wait until tonight? Because the house's doors only open when she stirs, and she wakes with the moon I swallowed. So we just wait? His expression hardened. No, if you're going back, you need to understand what you're fighting. He pointed to the woman beside him, the one who'd helped bind my leg. This is Mira. She was taken in 1997, stayed for 3 months before escaping. 3 months. I tried to imagine it and failed. Mira sat opposite me, her eyes distant, like she was still half inside the house. She comes as a child because children are trusted, Mira said quietly. But she hasn't been a child for a very long time. Elias continued. No one knows her real age, or what she was before the house changed her. She died, Mira whispered. That much we know. The house was built over her grave, and her mother, broken by grief, called her back. Black ritual, Elias added. Old, forbidden. My skin prickled. What went wrong? Mira's voice trembled. She didn't come back alone. I stared. What does that mean? She came back with hunger, Elias said. Not for food, not for blood. For memory, Mira nodded weakly. She consumes people by erasing them, making them forget who they were. The weaker their identity becomes, the easier they fade into her walls. I felt my chest tighten. The father's warning echoed. Once you forget your name, you belong to her forever. I clenched my fists. I won't let that happen. Mira met my eyes. It already is. I stared at her, heart pounding. What? She gestured to my leg, the black veins spreading beneath my skin. That's not infection, she said. It's memory rot. She's feeding on your sense of self. Elias nodded grimly. The mark binds you to her. If it reaches your head, you'll start forgetting. I lifted a shaking hand to my temples. How long do I have? Mira hesitated. Hours. Maybe my throat dried. Elias leaned closer. Tonight, we strike. But you must hold on to your name, your memories, anything that reminds you who you are. I nodded numbly. Why me? I asked quietly. So many before me. Why me? Elias hesitated. We think she's weakening, he said, more desperate. She's marking outsiders faster. She may be preparing for something, Mira shuddered. Or someone. Before I could ask, she stood abruptly. You need rest. If you sleep by firelight, she can't reach you. I didn't argue. Exhaustion hit me suddenly, heavy and absolute. They laid a blanket near the embers. A carved totem, an animal skull etched with symbols, was placed beside me. Hold it, Mira instructed. It'll help keep your mind here. I wrapped my fingers around the totem. It was warm, unexpectedly warm, as though alive. My eyes drifted shut, and darkness claimed me. The dreaming room. I opened my eyes to find myself standing in a bedroom, my old bedroom. From childhood, the posters, the broken cricket bat, the scar on the wall from when I'd tripped in the dark. It was all perfect. Too perfect. I turned slowly. My reflection stared from the mirror. But behind me the room stretched into empty blackness. A single door stood ahead, open, spilling warm yellow light onto the floor. A voice drifted from it. Arjun, dinner's ready. My mother's voice. My heart clenched, painful and immediate. I took a step forward before I forced myself to stop. No, the voice called again, gentle and familiar. Beta, come downstairs. Tears burned my eyes. This wasn't real, couldn't be real. But gods, it felt real. I backed away, breathing hard. A shadow moved behind the door, small and childlike. The music box began to play. My veins pulsed. Come eat, the voice coaxed. We made your favorite. I squeezed my eyes shut. This isn't real, I whispered. This isn't real. The air grew colder. When I opened my eyes, the doorway had changed. No yellow light, No warm kitchen, just a long corridor. Deep, dark, silent. The child stood inside it, her face half hidden. Her music box chimed softly. "You belong with us," she whispered. "You always have." "No," I rasped. "I'm leaving. I'm burning your root. I'm setting them free." Her head tilted. The lights flickered. Then she smiled. Sad. Almost human. "You think I want this?" I froze. Her voice cracked. "You think I chose it?" I was only 8. For a moment, just a moment, she looked like a real child. Afraid. Lonely. Then her expression hardened, rotting back into the thing she had become. "You will stay," she whispered. "You will forget." The corridor stretched toward me, walls pulsing like flesh. I turned and ran, but the room melted away. The floor vanished, and I plunged into absolute black. I woke with a gasp, chest heaving. Firelight flickered around me. Someone touched my shoulder. Mira's voice shook. "You were whispering." Saying you wanted to go back, I swallowed hard. She tried to make me forget. Showed me my mother, my home. Everything I lost. Mira's expression pained. "She knows your grief. She uses it. The more you want something, the easier it is for her to take everything." Elias approached quietly. "It's time," he said. "The moon is rising." I sat up, gripping the skull totem. "Where is the hidden entrance?" Elias pointed toward the dark horizon. "In the woods behind the road." A place older than the house. Mira handed me a small knife. Simple. Rusted. I nodded. Elias tightened the rope around my leg one last time. "Stay awake," he warned. "If you sleep again, she'll take what's left of you." I stood, legs shaking, but determination anchoring me. "Let's finish this." The estranged gathered torches, ropes, and relics. A quiet dread settled over them, but beneath it, hope. Together we turned toward Winterwell Road, now a void of darkness beneath the rising moon. Night sharpened the world to cold edges. Elias walked ahead, torchlight flickering across the desolate path. The others followed behind, silent as shadows. My leg pulsed with black veins beneath the rope. Alive, angry. The trees thickened around us, ancient and watching. Winterwell Road lay somewhere beyond, hidden beneath the dark. "We're close," Elias whispered. Branches parted to reveal a moss-covered stone, well sunk deep in the earth. Roots wrapped around it like ribs, pulsing faintly. "A well?" I asked. "The first entrance," Elias said. "Her grave." The music inside my veins thrummed faster, eager. Mira lit a smaller torch and placed it in my hand. "This is your path," she said. "Remember your name." "It's the last thing that's yours," I nodded. "My name is Arjun Mehra. I live." Elias gave me a grim smile. "Let's hope that's still true when you come back." He tied a rope around my torso. "If we feel 3 sharp pulls, we drag you out. If we don't feel anything—" He didn't finish. He didn't need to. I climbed over the edge and lowered myself in. The darkness swallowed me. After a few meters, the stone walls gave way to damp soil, then to hollow space. The air grew hot, breathing against my skin. When my feet touched ground, I lit the torch. I stood in a cavern lined with roots. They writhed slowly, like sleeping snakes. Ahead, a narrow passage shone with faint, unnatural light. I moved. Every few steps I whispered, "My name is Arjun Mehra. My father was Rajan. My mother was Kavita. I lived in Yodhpur. The walls shivered as though irritated by memory. The tunnel opened into a chamber, and there it stood. The root, the same one from before, thicker than a tree trunk, pulsing with dark veins that mirrored my own leg. Red fluid seeped down its surface, dripping into a shallow pool. Faces rippled beneath the bark. Mouths frozen in silent screams. Eyes blinking weakly, trapped. I stepped closer, stomach twisting. The father's face emerged, tired, broken. His lips moved soundlessly. Free her. I lifted the iron knife Mira gave me. Every instinct screamed to run. But then, a small voice echoed, Arjun? I turned. The little girl stood at the opposite edge of the route, music box in her hands. You came back, she whispered. Her face wavered, flickering between innocent child and ancient phantom. You don't have to do this, she said. If you stay, the pain stops. I can make you forget everything. The music swelled. I felt my memories flicker. My mother's face, my father's laugh, my name. No. I stabbed the torch into the ground and pressed the knife to my arm. Pain seared through me, clearing the haze. My name is Arjun Mehra, I shouted. The girl flinched, face cracking like porcelain. A deeper voice crawled from her throat. You were already broken when you arrived. I only offered peace. My leg convulsed, black veins surging. She lifted her hand. The music box opened itself, melody twisting sharp. My memories flooded. My father's funeral, my mother crying alone. Me leaving running from grief, hoping a new house would mean a new beginning. She smiled. You came to forget. I only helped. I never asked you. I roared. You didn't have to. Grief is a door. I walked through the faces and the root writhed. I raised the knife. She tilted her head. Freeing the root frees me. I go everywhere. Not just the house. The world becomes my home. She smiled gently. And I will never be alone. The horror settled in. If I cut the root, she would escape. If I didn't, she would keep feeding forever. I trembled. What do you want? I whispered. She looked almost shy. A family. The root pulsed, faces screaming silently. I stared into her ancient, hungry eyes. Then rest, I said. Before she could react, I plunged the iron knife into the root. A scream ripped the world apart. The cavern shook. Faces on the root, contorted voices howling in a dozen languages. The girl shrieked, small body twisting, unraveling into smoke and bone. The veins on my leg writhed, trying to crawl off my skin. But the rope burned bright, symbols glowing. The scream softened. Faces faded. The girl's voice whispered, small again. Thank you. Her form dissolved, petals in the dark. The roots shriveled, cracking like dry wood. The cavern collapsed. I yanked the rope. Once, twice, 3 times. The world fell into black. I awoke to cold night air. Elias and Mira held me, dragging me from the well. The rope around my leg had burned away. The black veins were gone. Mira stared, stunned. You did it! Elias looked toward Winterwell Road. The sky above it glowed faint red, then went dark. Nothing moved. No lights, no whispers, just silence. It's over, Elias said. I wanted to believe him. My mind felt frayed, as though pieces had been carved out. But my name remained. I'm Arjun Mehra, I whispered. I live. Mira smiled weakly. You're free. We walked away from Winterwell Road, never looking back. Months later, I moved into a new apartment. Different city, different life. Sometimes I dream of the girl, but she is quiet now, small, human. One night, I found a package at my door. No sender, no address. Inside, a music box, carved with familiar symbols. My heart froze. I almost threw it away. But something stopped me. I wound it gently. When it opened, it didn't play the old haunted lullaby. Instead, a soft, warm melody drifted out. My mother's favorite song. I felt tears sting my eyes. Beneath the lid was a tiny note, written in a child's hand. Thank you. I remember my name now. No signature, just the scent of old wood and the quiet hum of peace. I close the box. The house is gone. The memories live on. And as long as I remember who I am, she will never return. My name is Arjun Mehra. I live. I remember. I am free. Welcome, sleepy soul. Tonight I am your storyteller, your guide through shadows and whispers. Here in the dark corners of imagination, every creak, every shadow, and every whisper has a story to tell. Welcome to Creepytalks, where the night never ends and the tales are waiting for you. The first thing I noticed after my parents left was how quiet the house became. Not peaceful quiet, too quiet, like the walls were waiting for something. They drove off around noon that Saturday, off to my aunt's cabin upstate for her anniversary. I'd begged them to let me stay. "I'll be fine," I'd said. "It's just a week." Mom had hesitated, glancing toward the long hallway that led to the bedrooms. She never liked this house much, even though we'd lived here for nearly 5 years. "Lock the doors," she'd said. "All of them. Even the back one." "You know how the woods get at night," I laughed then. If only she knew. By evening, the house felt too big for one person. The air had that stale, heavy stillness that only happens when the heater isn't running and no one's talking. I made mac and cheese, watched